Like piece out and put a new one. But, you know, don't make it sound like it's.
Mr. Chairman, it appears we have quorum. Before we get started, I would like to ask everyone to please keep your mics muted when you're not speaking or presenting.
So the preamble, I have it memorized. But come on. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law and section 101.021 of the codified ordinances of Ohio 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the city planning department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by roll call vote. Refusal from any case due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the beginning of the presentation. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has an opportunity to be heard, virtual attendees shall use the raised hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile versions and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair facilitator to recognize you. Be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand icon again and mute your microphone. Calling users can unmute by using *6. All activity is being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. All requests to speak on a particular matter submitted through proper channels have been considered. Communications with members of this body must follow proper channels for consideration. Any comments received by the stated deadline are collected by Landmark staff and disseminated to commission members prior to any scheduled meeting. And if you want to go through the procedures.
Sure. To go through the meeting rules and procedures, the chair will call each agenda item, and then each applicant will be invited to proceed through the presentation. Each presentation should be completed prior to questions and comments from the commission in order to facilitate smooth presentation. Once the presentation is concluded, the chair will ask Landmark staff to summarize Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations and any public comments received. The deadline for public comment is noon on the Tuesday prior to any regularly scheduled Landmark's commission meeting. Any received comments are distributed to the commission prior to the meeting, and staff will also identify any members of the public present scheduled to speak. Public comment is allowed at the discretion of the chair, and any individual providing public comment is permitted 2 minutes to speak to the agenda item in which they have an interest. The chair will then request a recommendation from staff. The commission will then begin deliberations and project review. Any commission member except the chair may make a motion at any point after an agenda item has been called.
With that, we'll call the August 22nd, 2024 Landmark Commission meeting to order. Again, please call the roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. Dryden?
Here.
Mr. Dooley?
Here.
Councilmember Gray? Director Wong,
Here.
Mr. Lozier,
Here.
Mr. Sandberg,
Here.
Mr. Strickland,
Here.
Mr. Trasick,
Here.
Dr. Williams,
Here.
and Ms. Trot. And Mr. Chairman, we have quorum. I'd also like to note that we have Sierra Lipscomb and Patty McGinty Aston from the Law Department, and Carl Brunges, Jessica Beam, and myself present today.
All right, thank you. We'll start with the certificates of appropriateness, case number 24056, Ohio City Historic District, Royal Docks Brewing Company signage. Would the applicant please introduce yourselves and tell us about your project?
Mr. Chairman,
We have to take it up.
yeah.
So this project was tabled during our July 25th meeting. We need a motion to move the project.
I'll make a motion on the table.
Motion. We have a motion and a second.
I'll second it.
2 seconds.
Oh.
All right, Dan, please call the roll.
And Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dreyer,
Yes.
Mr. Dooley,
Yes.
Director Wong,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg,
Yes.
Mr. Trasick,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion on table is passed. I think this one was tabled at our last meeting, so I think we're going to start off with kind of a landmarks staff report summary
Okay.
before we get into the presentation.
Thank you.
Can we have the applicant mute for a moment while we finish the landmarks staff report, please? Thank you.
So at the last meeting, there were 2 signs being considered. In doing some additional research and reviewing the requirements for the projecting sign, it was learned that additional permitting beyond our design review process was required. And it would take a little bit more time for that projecting sign to actually get done. Since we understood that there was a need for business signage, we advised the applicants to return and split the 2 signs into separate cases with 2 separate permits. This way, the wall sign could move forward so they could get their business identification signage, and then they continue whatever modifications they would need for the projecting sign, and then they could return for further design review. And then, since the wall sign does not require any additional variances, we felt that that was the easier way to go. And then the projecting sign, all the variances are basically tied to that one sign.
Okay. So under this case number, we'll just be considering the wall sign,
Yes, the channel letters, yes.
channel letter walls.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess that being said, though, we'll also need a second motion to retable the projecting sign, which we've assigned case number 24-066. The wall sign is case number 24-056. So it's 2 motions, one, to approve or approve with conditions, whatever you guys end up doing, and then a second motion to table the projecting sign.
Okay, at the end of the presentation.
At the end of the presentation. And I guess, since we're doing all this beforehand, yes, wanted to note that we did receive a public comment on this. Tim Barrett from the Storefront Innovation Program looked at the presentation. They at one point were considering Storefront Innovation Program. He's supportive of the current presentation. He's looked at other options like monument sign at the corner, and it's basically just a really difficult building to sign because it's set back from Detroit, which is really the main street there. And since we're separating the channel letter sign and the projecting sign into 2 cases, we will need the 2 motions. Staff would recommend the approval of the channel letter sign as one motion and then tabling of the projecting sign, as I mentioned. So I guess, there haven't been any changes to the panel sign, which is, was presented a couple meetings ago. So I guess, Mark, if you had anything else you wanted to add as a presentation, or want to just kind of remind us of what we were reviewing as far as just the panel sign goes.
Yeah, to the applicant, you could make this very brief, because we're all very familiar with this project.
I really have nothing to add since it's all pretty much been covered very well, other than thanking the commission for being so amenable to getting some signage through for this customer. I thank everybody for working with me on this, but we are here for just the backlit channel letters. And that would be all I have to add.
All right, thank you. And I'm assuming this did not go back to the design review. We've already essentially heard a staff report, so I'll just open it up to the commission if you have any additional questions or clarification.
Mr. Chair, the only other thing I would say is making sure everything goes through the mortar joints for connections, because this one here kind of shows stuff through one of the bricks. So I think that would be the only.
All right, can the applicant clarify that all connections to the building, including penetrations for feeding the electric to the sign, will be through mortar joints?
Yes, I can confirm that, yes.
Okay, that's not what's depicted here. In
Well,
this
it's just, yes, sir, I understand that. Being just a rendering, though, all of our connections, all of our work through brick is all industry standard, so it will be through.
Okay, so we'll make sure in the motion we provide that specific direction. All right, any commission comments? Okay, seeing none, then I will entertain the motion.
So make a motion to approve as presented for the wall sign. Stipulation that they attach to the wall using mortar joints and through electrical.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Mr. Dulick. That's a second, any further discussion? Seeing none, Dan, please call the roll.
So we have a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness, the wall sign, condition that any penetrations to the building go through mortar joints.
All right, so let me, at this point, say that we have this motion. Should we table the second portion before we approve this?
I think we can
Move for this one.
Yeah,
This one first, that's a second, that's a separate
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah, we've assigned a new case number, so it's a separate motion after this vote is taken.
Okay, so as far as this presentation goes, the blade sign is not part of this presentation. It's already been given a different case.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So Dan, please call the roll.
Right. Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yeah.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Director Wong,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Mr. Sambry,
Yes.
Mr. Krasik,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
So with the applicant's permission, we would move to table case number
24-066.
Case number 24066, the blade sign for installation at Royal Docks Brewing Company at 2814 Detroit Avenue. Does the applicant agree to table this portion of the project?
Yes, I do.
Any further discussion from the question? Seeing none, please, Dan, please call the roll.
We need a motion, technically in a second.
I move to table this case.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Let's do it. Second. All right. So Dan, please call the roll.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Director Wong,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Mr. Sambry,
Yes.
Mr. Krasik,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So congratulations, you can move forward with the installation of your letters, channel letters the wall sign, and we look forward to seeing the blade sign sometime in the future.
Sounds good. Thank you. I thank the commission.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to the second item on our agenda, case number 24059, Mall Historic District, the Western Cleveland at 777 St. Clair Avenue signage. Would the applicant please introduce yourself and tell us about your project?
I'm Bruce Farkas with Signature Sign Company. And just a little background. We
It's usually the best way to do it. We're on the same train of thought. We work here.
That's construction. If you're not, then please mute. Yeah. And, okay.
All right. Sorry about that. Go ahead and proceed.
Okay, so a little bit of background. We were the sign company that built the original Urban Farmer sign, as well as the Weston signs and a bas-relief sculpture that occurs above the entrance at the Weston. So we're well familiar with this location. This proposal has us reworking the original Urban Farmer sign and utilizing that to put up the new Masa and Agave signs as well. We're also proposing modest channel letters that occur on the front elevation above the canopy, as well as on the East 6th elevation facing west. Essentially, we understand that the local board didn't feel that the set of letters on the East 6th elevation were necessary, and you can see those there. We restudied it, took another look at it, and in our view, southbound traffic on East 6th really has no visibility whatsoever for the front canopy sign or the projecting sign. Given the fact that the failure of the Urban Farmer restaurant a few years ago, coupled with the modest size of these letters that face East 6th, we believe that it's important to give this new restaurant every chance to succeed. These letters are pretty modest, and what we really want to do is try and capture southbound East 6th traffic, and that's the reason for this additional set of letters.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Unless anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
There's no additional slides showing.
And then I can just, hi everyone, I'm representing ownership from the property as well. I believe as part of this agenda too, we are reviewing 2 additional art pieces that were installed at the property. So just quick backstory. I had gone through the whole process of getting the exterior mural painted. And when I came back, ownership had given the artist free reins to also paint this art piece, which is just a description of the mural itself. And then there's one more piece at the front, Tacos and Tequila. The direction from the last meeting was that this could be perceived as advertisement, so to paint over the Tacos and Tequila portion.
Where did that come? The direction to paint over the.
That was from the local design review advisory committee. That was their recommendation. So I can give the full recommendation. That's so yeah. As Amanda mentioned, this project was reviewed by the Greater Downtown Historic Design Review Advisory Committee at their August 7th, 2024 meeting. The committee recommended the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness with support for any needed variance with the recommendation that, as Mr. Farkas mentioned, the East 6th Street channel letters be removed from the scope of work, and that the south-facing painted sign have tacos and tequila removed and painted over so that the landscape of the mural be extended down to cover the area where the text is located, and that the previously installed painted signs at the storefront level be considered murals instead of signage. But if they were considered signage by the city, which is the case, that they're still supportive of them. So essentially with those painted panels, there was discussion here in City Hall as to whether those would be considered art murals, like public art, or signage. The determination was made that since branding is so kind of strong throughout them and they all tie in together, that they're considered part of the signage package, and different from the previously approved mural, which has been painted higher up on the wall. So, so today, and what the local committee reviewed was the 2 canopy signs, the projecting sign, and then those 2 painted panel signs on the lower portion.
That have been installed or that were not part of the original approval.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the design committee report. Is there any public comment? And so staff report.
Yeah, so for our staff report, as noted, the wall signs, we're considering wall signs that are painted on the black walls, I guess at pedestrian level, were painted by the same artist that did the mural, explained as the description for the mural. When the mural was presented, it was presented as having a plaque that explains, or description that explains that, not an entire 8-foot wall. And so that was where it kind of becomes more signage. It is referencing this particular restaurant of Masa and Agave. And so for staff at City Hall, working with the public art coordinator, determined that if the wall signs are wall signs, not necessarily murals, that would go through the public art process. And so as all wall signs, there are variances that are required. So the projecting sign, even as already existing, because this is a new sign, the projecting sign is existing 97.5 square feet. That is 7 feet 5 inches from the wall, and so it would need an 85.5 square foot variance with a 3.4 foot additional from the wall variance needed for the projecting sign. The canopy sign, per our signage code, businesses are allotted 1 canopy sign per building unit, and so in that respect, we are in agreement with the local that only 1 canopy sign for this business is necessary. It has the large projecting sign, a very large projecting sign, and 1 canopy sign could be needed. If they want to have that on the E6 elevation versus the St. Clair elevation, definitely up for a discussion, but only 1. You would need if you wanted to approve both canopy signs, a variance would be needed to allow that 2nd canopy sign. And then for the wall signs, there would be a need. They are allowed 50 foot frontage along St. Clair, which is that front entrance. And so a variance would be needed for the 30 square feet along the E6 frontage, where the kind of descriptive panel is with the additional painting. And so we would request that a specific motion be granted if it's in favor of the signage that includes the specific signs with the specific variances, because there are a few different pieces and there's variances for each one. And then and we would request in future murals that we see, if someone comes with a proposed plaque, that we be descriptive in approving the sizing for that particular plaque for future artworks, or anytime someone says that they want to have a plaque that's specific as to what that looks like, what size that is. But otherwise, as Dan said, we're in agreement with local for the most part.
And staff is willing to help you out with those variances when someone's crafting a
Yes.
motion, because there's.
I have them up on my screen, so.
Okay, note that it's the Landmarks Commission granting the variances from the sign code. If there were a zoning code, you would have your recommended, but Landmarks Commission has the ability to grant
Authority to
the authority to grant the variance to the sign.
So I personally think that this is somewhat confusing. Again, so I think it's going to be important to go back through the presentation and look specifically at the signs. It's not being, it has been determined that it's really not artwork, that they're signs. And so since variance is required specifically for each of these installations, and it's already occurred, I just want to make sure that the commission is well aware of the specifics of what we're approving, what we're being asked to approve, and the fact that it's already been installed.
Just the wall signs have been installed. The other signs.
Canopy sign and the blade sign haven't.
Yeah.
Okay.
What else further confuses, the blade sign is present, it just doesn't have text on it, it's a.
Right, so we're looking,
utilizing.
I'll start off with my comments, hopefully to provide some clarification. So we're looking at the proposed blade sign, so the box for the blade sign already exists. And so they're using the existing box from the prior restaurant and just refacing the box. So it does require a variance for the projection from the building and the size of the sign, but the box itself already exists from a prior installation. All right, is there any questions with regard to this specific piece?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Solution.
So is the, so just a general comment, you know, I don't see any issue particularly with the sign or granting the variances. I think the question that I have, just for clarification, and I don't know if anyone here knows the answer to that, but I'm assuming there was a variance already granted for this when it was previously installed, which allowed it to be installed as it exists today.
So it sounds like a good assumption,
Right.
and,
I
but
can't recall specifically,
Right,
but I assume that's correct.
I'm trying to get that answered as well, but have not yet come up with my own answer, so our feeling is the safest course is just to re-grant the variance.
So regardless of the previous state, I personally am supportive of what's being presented for this blade sign. I'm granting the variance that's associated.
Okay. Any other comments or concerns?
Director Wong.
Thank you. This is Director Huang. In addition to me being personally comfortable with the blade sign, I'm also comfortable with the two canopy signs. I think that they're designed in a way that are, they're not obtrusive to the eye when you're going down the street. So I don't feel that it's overly ostentatious or something. So I'm comfortable with approving both canopy and the variances for both the canopy and the blade sign.
The canopy signs on both elevations.
That's right, both East 6th Street and St. Clair.
All right. Thank you, Director Wong.
Sure.
Mr. Drillick.
Thank you, Mayor. I would concur with Director Wong. I think that it is on a corner. I think there's actually something kind of nice activating about having both of those. And I think the presenter's point is well taken about the need for the awareness of that business on East 6th and at a pedestrian level, I guess. I like the fact that the blade sign does one thing, besides some other things. So, agree with Director Wong and would support the variances.
Okay. Mr. Prasek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my colleagues. I think especially the canopy sign on the East Sixth Street side. And we previously approved the mural on that East Sixth Street wall. And I think that canopy sign finishes off, I think, the project in a very nice way, having the name of the restaurant there below that mural that we've previously approved. So I would agree with my colleagues and Director Wong as far as both the blade signs and the canopy signs are concerned.
Any further comment? I still want to move on to specific consideration and discussion about the panel signs that have been added. But any further discussion about the canopy sign? I will say that I also agree with my colleagues that I see no problem with having the two elevations included on that canopy sign. So let's talk about the panel signs. These were installed by the artist. And I just want to make everyone aware of the size of them, and they're now being considered as signs as opposed to artwork. And listen to any comments or questions that the commission may have with regard to these particular pieces.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Stegler.
This tenant going in, was this a storefront, a glazed storefront, or was this a solid surface?
Through the chair, these wooden panels were installed by the previous tenant during a kind of larger remodeling of the entire storefront and then the entire building at that time as well. So they may have been a storefront at one point, but it's been, previous tenants.
The existing condition is
the existing condition is that, yeah, sort of rough hewn, almost like pallet wood, solid surface.
I didn't know to the signs.
It's the recommendation of the design review committee that the tacos and tequila identification on the bottom be removed and that the mural be extended down. Any comments from the commission with regard to approving this installation or putting conditions on its installation? Mr. Dulac?
Thank you. I guess my question would be, is that in the context of having to, if this was to be considered a mural or art, then I can see that recommendation. But since we are reviewing it as a sign, I personally do think no issue with how it stands right now, tacos and tequila. I think it's all of a piece of what I think is a fairly thoughtful branding and signage ensemble.
Any other questions or concerns? Okay, Mr. Logan.
Sure. So there's the panel that we're seeing sort of to the, if you go back to this one. Yeah. The panel that we're seeing to the sort of left-hand side of the signage mural, what's the intention of that? Is that for menu in the future, or is that
Yes.
that's also incorporated into the sign?
Yes, so that was existing. It's basically a wooden box with an acrylic panel. Right now, as you can see, we just put coming soon Masa and Agave. And I think the property currently, now that they're up and running, I haven't been to the site in a few weeks, but has just the menu in there now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Ray, you have another question?
Just another comment. I literally walked up East Sixth Street just yesterday because I saw that particular panel that we were looking at there, the tacos and tequila, wondering if the restaurant had opened yet, knowing that we had approved that the mural before and wanted to see it. So I think the way it stands right now, it really grabs your eye as you're going up East Sixth, north on East Sixth, from almost a block away. So as my colleague indicated before, I don't have any issue with the way it stands right now.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Russell. Okay, so we're gonna consider this as one motion. But we need to be very specific with regard to the variances that we would be granting associated with this installation. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to pose the motions. May I request that the wording of the motion be presented by Landmark staff for rather than attempting to accurately repeat.
Just for what that's me.
It's me, like, yeah, I'll hold up my right hand. It's me.
So I think we'd be looking for a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness for signage presented today, and also grant a variance to the signage code of 85.5 square foot and a 3.4 foot projection from the wall for the projecting sign, variance to allow a second canopy sign, and a 30 square foot variance for the painted panel signs.
That covers both.
Yes, that's everything.
I make a motion to approve the appropriateness as stated by secretary.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lotion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Dan, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dryer?
Yes.
Mr. Dillon?
Yes.
Director Wong?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg?
Yes.
Mr. Krasik?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. Well, congratulations. Look forward to a very successful opening of the new restaurant on the corner of St. Clair and East 6th. All right.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. All right, third item on the agenda is case number 24060, East Mount Zion Baptist Church, 9990 Euclid Avenue, roof replacement. Will the applicant please introduce yourself and tell us about your project?
Yeah, good morning. Architecture. As stated, here to discuss the East Mount Zion Baptist Church. I've also got August Fluker with me today, who's serving as the owner's rep for the church. So if you have any questions, he may be able to help as well. So I'm going to jump right in, and then we can go to questions from the commission from there. So the church was originally built at the turn of the century in the Romanesque Revival style. The original congregation sold the building to East Mount Zion in 1955. The church is on the National Register of Historic Places, as well as being a Cleveland landmark. It's a prominent location during the Civil Rights Movement, hosted programming, speakers, NAACP membership drives, voter registration, integrated worship services, and that kind of led to part of the prominence of the church itself. The church continues to serve as an important neighborhood institution today. They've been working hard to raise funds for the continued renovation work for the building, as well as increasing the programming they provide to the surrounding community. We've recently completed a master plan in order to prioritize some of the scope of work needed for restoration of the building. And then today we're here to discuss specifically the roof replacement portion of that work, which is going to be the first major project from that facility master plan to be undertaken. If you want to go to the next slide. So the church is located within the Cleveland Clinic campus, the corner of Euclid and East 100th. Obviously, the surrounding neighborhood has changed significantly since the church was originally built. If you want to go to the next slide, this just shows some context of the surrounding site. I'm sure everyone's pretty familiar with the area. If you want to go to the next slide. So the site consists of the historic church building, which is programming that was built in the 1990s. Building set back about 75 feet from Euclid, about 15 to 20 from East 100th, and then is surrounded by parking lots that the clinic owns on the eastern and southern sides of the building. You can go to the next slide. So we've done a lot of historic research on the building, looking through various archive photos. These are a few that we've pulled out for today's discussion. The left is a colorized postcard representative of the original roof condition of clay tile. We don't really have any evidence that it was actually red clay tile. It's just an assumption. And then the right is a photo of the church from around 1960, just a few years after East Mount Zion purchased the building. And that shows the current materials of the roof, which is asphalt shingles with copper at the turrets and a few accented locations. Our best estimate of when this transition occurred is about the time when East Mount Zion purchased the building, so about 65, 70 years ago. Go to the next slide. So this is a roof plan for the church. We're proposing a full roof replacement with the exception of a couple small membrane roof areas, which really is just a matter of kind of phasing. We want to do that work when we can tie it into some of the facade replacement. And those smaller areas are in pretty good condition now. So those would be a couple years down the road when the facade work gets done. The majority of the roof is shingled. There are a few membrane areas which are kind of that darker gray solid shade. And then a few copper areas at the turrets up front. And then kind of some accent pieces, and gutters as well. You want to go to the next slide. This is just some current conditions of the photos of the roof. It's been repaired a number of times. There's multiple layers of failing roofing and various patches. The granules on the shingles have worn off, washed into the drainage system, causing some issues there. Flashings are failing. It's just generally outlived its useful life. There's been a number of repairs to the roof structure as well. And we have a few planned as part of this project as well. Just some rafter work, sheathing replacement. You can go to the next slide. So what we're proposing is a 30-year dimensional asphalt shingle product with copper flashings and valleys. There's a couple areas that require a membrane product. We're proposing a black EPDM membrane. Those areas are not visible from the street. And then the existing patinaed copper is in pretty good shape. So we're just recommending some repair work to that, following the National Park Service briefs for copper repair. And so that's the existing turrets that are quite visible from Euclid, the gutters all around, and then some of the flashing that can be reused. And then the stone coping that's existing is in pretty good shape, and that has been stabilized previously, so we're not intending any work on the copings. You're going to go to the next slide. So as part of this roof replacement project, we're also planning to replace the storm windows that protect the historic stained glass windows on the rear of the church. This is just above a membrane roof, and so as we kind of tie in that flashing, those windows are going to need to come down. So just planning to replace those with some allied windows, retaining the existing daylight opening. I'm going to go to the next slide. So these are some precedents we've been looking at. The bottom left is St. James United Methodist Church in Kingston, New York. This building retains the original serpentine stone, which is the same stone that we've got on East Mount Zion. And it used a red shingle in lieu of the original clay tile roof that had been on the building. The right is Broad Street United Methodist in Columbus, Ohio. Again, this was originally a serpentine stone facade, and they replaced the facade about 10 years ago with a colored precast product. And then you can see they've got a gray roof similar to what we're proposing for the roof here. You want to go to the next slide. So talking about the serpentine stone, the next major project that the church is planning to undertake is going to be a facade replacement. The serpentine stone on the church is failing. It was, used as a building material around the turn of the century, later found to be a pretty poor exterior building material in urban settings. It's very soft. It absorbs a lot of water. It's very sensitive to acids and and carbon dioxide in the rainwater. So it's led to a lot of significant deterioration of the church's facade. So as they continue to raise capital to fund that project, we're proposing as part of the roof replacement project to include a small portion of the west facade. Is that replacement as part of this project? That would then serve as kind of our test case for the full facade replacement project. So as you can see here, there was previously a patch done. It's not historically appropriate. You know, it really uses some of the stone that was used on the a problem area that they had. So what we're looking at is using kind of similar to what the church in Columbus that we looked at did. So using a colored precast product that more matches the size, the color, and the texture of the serpentine stone that's out there. This would help us kind of get a good side-by-side test and see kind of what that looks like, how that process went before we undertake the entire facade replacement project. Again, that would be a few years down the road, so there'd be a little bit of time to evaluate kind of how that went, how that looks, and use that as, you know, is this the appropriate material to do the full facade with?
Aaron, just a second, Mr. Chair, if I could interject real quick. I'm very familiar with the project in Columbus. I just wanted to be clear to everyone, not that we're here to opine on the facade replacement. This reason why this facade is green is because of the failure of the stone and the iron content. It's really a beige or a more, you know, typical color that you would see in sandstone. What they did on the church in Columbus was it was a sandstone color, and they hired a company to come out and strategically stain those areas to replicate the green nature of the stone after its failure. Thank you.
Is that intended on this project ultimately?
I'm not sure. I just wanted to be clear with everyone that when we do come back, I guess there needs to be a conversation about what's going to be intended. We haven't gotten to that point yet, sir.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
And if you want to go to the next slide, we can just kind of open it.
All right. Do we have a design review committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project was reviewed by the Greater Northeast Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on August 6th. They talked a bit about the color of the roof. It was the red color possibly red color prior to the copper, but focusing on the want to restore the building to the copper and shingle roof that it was when East Mount Zion first came in, that we can see from the historic images. And also noted that mixture of the red and the copper would not look that good on this building. And so with that discussion, the committee did recommend for the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness as presented. As another note, the church had a new sign that was seen by the local committee earlier this week and recommended for approval as well. So they're got a lot of stuff going on there.
But the sign is not.
It doesn't need variances, so it won't come to.
All right, and any public comment? Staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In late 2019, there was some concern about the future for this building. There had been some speculation that due to the amount of repairs required and pressure from the neighboring institution, that a case for demolition would be prepared. As part of our standard for demolition proposals, I began research on the history of the building in partnership with Margaret Land and Cleveland Restoration Society. Luckily, there was good documentation on the stone material and from Jane Dorchester's master thesis and history of the quarry. And I want to go into some of this because it's going to be important not only now for this test patch, but for the future as well, so to understand where this is coming from. The serpentine green stone generally comes from a specific region in Pennsylvania and Maryland. There are other types of serpentine rock, including red and black. Source of the material for this building is from Brenton's Quarry in Westtown Township, Pennsylvania, which is near the Revolutionary War Brandywine battlefield. The quarry falls within the documented troop movement areas and is considered a protected site. The stone was being used as early as the 1700s for local buildings, and by 1730 had gained a reputation as a beautiful building stone. It was being used throughout the country, with its peak being between 1870 and 1887. Although it is a beautiful material, it was not, as we have come to learn, the most suitable for construction. In 1877, a fire destroyed buildings at the quarry, including the pumping stations, and the quarry filled with 40 feet of water. The serpentine stone was declining in popularity by this time for more durable materials, and by 1899, quarrying operations had stopped. In 1900, Brenton's Quarry became one of the most popular bathing resorts in the area, and this remains as its active use through the Quarry Swimming Association. Even though the main quarry had closed, Brenton was still allowed for removal of stone from a secondary quarry, which were the stone for this building and the church in East Liverpool were retrieved. Sorry, East Liverpool Church. Although there may be more, only 5 confirmed buildings in the state of Ohio use this material. Broad Street Methodist Church, Purdy Building in Mansfield, which was demolished in 1965, W.H. Sims Residence in Dayton, which was demolished in 1954, East Mount Zion Baptist Church, and First Evangelical Presbyterian Church in East Liverpool. There was another mention of a residence at Cleveland in the quarry records, but no evidence that building exists. On December 11th, 1955, transfer of the building occurred in a joint Sunday service of the Euclid Avenue Christian Church and East Mount Zion Baptist Church. East Mount Zion pastor stated, "We accept with humility and great challenge this high standard of this church's new home. We're going to do everything we can to maintain this edifice." We are now here, and they are keeping up with that promise from years ago. While building permit records are silent, we believe the change in the roofing material occurred originally by 1958 based on photographic evidence. The change occurred in the period of East Mount Zion's ownership. Changes that have been in place for 50 years become historic in their own right. The proposed color of the shingle is appropriate and complementary to the other architectural elements. The test area for the replacement stone is appropriately located on a non-primary primary facade and on an area that has already been altered. The use of a substitute material for serpentine stone is appropriate. Deteriorated historic features will be repaired rather than replaced. Where the severity of deterioration requires replacement of a distinctive feature, the new feature will match the old in design, color, texture, and where possible, materials. Replacement with serpentine stone is not possible nor advisable. In addition to it not being able to obtain it, part of the overall composition of the stone is white asbestos. With the precedent completed at the Broad Street Methodist Church, we have good references to how this project could turn out in the future. Staff is happy to see this project move forward at this stage and look forward to seeing full presentation in the future. We recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness. All right.
With that, I'll open it up for comments and questions from the Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall when this was brought up in 2019 as possible demolition. Pretty alarmed to hear that. This is an amazing building, a unique building, and has a lot of architectural significance, I guess, on the inside as well. So I'm really happy to see the restoration of this building move forward. This is really wonderful development. Regarding this is kind of a minor thing, but I just want to make sure that with the restoration of the copper flag and the copper elements, that you're careful in picking a contractor who understands working with building like this. I would hate to see what happened to St. Theodosius happen here. that fire was caused by, roof work that wasn't done properly. Dry timbers ignited and smoldered, and we had the situation. So that's, you know, I trust that city architecture has resources, contractors who are familiar with working on this kind of a building. But I just wanted to emphasize that it's of utmost importance. But overall, I'm supportive.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Comments, questions? I commend the applicant for this ambitious project to restore this wonderfully historic church structure. And I really commend them for their ability to raise the funds necessary to restore the structure. We lose so many historic churches in the city just because congregations are so reduced in size and they just do not have the resources to dedicate to the restoration of these historic structures. And I really commend the applicant for this undertaking.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in total support of everything that's going on in the church. I think the color is fine. I'd like to first step in getting everything right where it needs to be for this building. My comment is mostly on the storm windows on the south elevation. I want to emphasize that these need to be vented just so that it doesn't create a really hot surface inside those, that between the storm window and the stained glass window that can really deteriorate the stained glass if it's not vented properly. So I just want to emphasize that whatever storm windows go there, they need to be vented to properly protect that storm stained window.
Okay. Very good.
Dr. Williams has her hand.
Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to state briefly that I would echo some of the comments that have been expressed already by my colleagues on the commission, and say also that the East Mount Zion Baptist Church has an incredible history and more than 100 years of history here in the city of Cleveland. And it is an award-winning, if I can say it that way, African-American congregation in this city. With that recognition, but being working closely with the Cleveland Restoration Society, has really gotten in recent years a lot of national attention, and the congregation under the leadership of the Reverend Dr. Brian A. Cash has accepted the challenge of raising the money and raising the awareness of the people, not just there on the Cleveland Clinic campus, but I would say throughout Greater Cleveland, even working in partnership with the historically white congregation that built the structure at the turn of the 20th century. So I think it's significant, again, that they're not playing by the rules, but they're working according to the rules and working closely with others in the community who have extensive knowledge about the significance of the structure and the significance of the congregations who have worshiped at that location. And I look forward to seeing them complete the entire project, not just the roof, but the entire project. It's one of the few historic buildings related to African-American history in that part of the city that's still standing. And I like the fact, as a historian, that they are committed to keeping that structure in place and improving upon what's already there, even when they built the education wing. Really, I would like to say they contributed a significant amount of money, a lot of time and planning and trying to match the Greenstone. So that Greenstone Church, again, an important landmark in the city and in the country. I'm all for this, and I'd like to see it proceed and succeed in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White. Any additional comments? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve as presented. This is where they do the.
Do you have a sample of the return?
We don't have a sample, it's gonna be like a field test. So it is in a not very visible area, so I don't, the specifics of it. I don't know how much more specific we can get than they were in their presentation today.
I would like to require venting on the.
So requirement of the approval. Okay, that's fine. So we have a motion, do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, I second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ware. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Dan, please call the roll.
So we have a motion to issue certificate of appropriateness condition that the store windows be vented. Right. Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Director Wong?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg?
Yes.
Mr. Tressick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams? Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, wonderful. Very much looking forward to seeing your project.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Side, I'll be back.
All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda. Ohio City Historic District, 1795 West 44th Street siding installation. Would the applicant please introduce yourselves and tell us about your project?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Greg with Paps Construction. And I just wanted to follow up on this siding on the house that we did on 1795 West 44th Street. Now, last time I think we spoke that I was to take the vinyl siding off and put on like hardy plank. So I actually went around and looked in the neighborhood of other houses that have vinyl siding on them. Within some of them right next door. And then the same exact color of the siding of this house is on the corner right down the street where someone did a complete rehab on the house. It was on the corner of Woodbine and West 44th, literally, I don't know, 500 yards down the street. And it's seen on all three sides of the house. And I sent you guys over the pictures. So what I'm asking is, I don't know if you guys have the original picture of what the house looked like before it was sided.
That's it.
It's on the screen now.
Okay, that's it. So what I'm proposing is to leave the vinyl siding on the front, but add your decorative band boards that you have on that original front elevation. To make it create the look that it originally had. Rather than rip down the front of the house and put a product that someone's gonna have to maintain. Being the form of hardy plank, that's gonna have to be painted every so often. We'll put this back on there and we'll put a vinyl trim board around the band of the house and in the gable and below the windows and above those windows to create the same look that you have in that picture that you see on your screen.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Did this go to the design review committee?
It did, thank you, Mr. Chair. This project was reviewed by the Historic Ohio City Design Review Advisory Committee on July 18th. They spoke about the vinyl that was already installed and already completed on the entire home, and questioned if the wood siding was still existing underneath the vinyl siding that was installed. And and in the discussion, discussed removing the vinyl on the front protruding gable as well as kind of the returns. As shown here, this is what the local committee would like to see is the wood siding restored on the front portion of the home in blue. That's where they would like to see that wood siding restored and that vinyl siding removed to bring back that front of the home as the siding has already been installed. And so their recommendation was to issue a certificate of appropriateness with the requirement that the vinyl on the front and the east and the sides up to the return of the cross gable be restored and the vinyl removed and the wooden trim restored.
Thank you. And staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you've seen from the presentation and has been noted a few times, the siding installation has already been completed. Neighboring residents noted the vinyl siding being installed this spring and reached out to us. We reached out to Building and Housing and encouraged the concerned homeowner to do the same. Unfortunately, the Building and Housing inspector went out to the site and didn't see any work currently going on. Just, vinyl siding up already. So the complaint was dismissed. We complained again along with the council member and the neighboring homeowner, and finally a violation was issued for this work without a permit. And so the applicant applied for a permit, and we began trying to get presentation materials from the applicant, which is the siding installation company. So this project ultimately went to the Historic Ohio City Design Review Advisory Committee on July 18th, and it was on our July 25th agenda. They requested a postponement, so that's why we're seeing it today. The applicant has shown a number of other houses in the area that have vinyl siding. I'd just like to note that none of the houses shown have vinyl siding that was approved by this commission. One of the houses shown was new construction that has hardy siding. Another was approved a couple of years ago for rehabilitation, and the proposal called for hardy siding. So we'll be looking into those cases and asking Building and Housing to investigate any work outside of a landmarks approval or permit. Since we look at projects on a case-by-case basis, we need to look at the facts of this case. The siding was installed over clapboard siding, which seems to be largely intact. That was discussed at the Historic Ohio City Design Review Advisory Committee and led to the recommendation to remove the vinyl on the front portion of the home, as indicated in the graphic you saw up there, put together by Ms. Beam. Staff supports this approach and feels that the vinyl in the front portion of the home should be removed and the wood siding underneath be repaired, scraped, and painted. I know it's oftentimes we hear that contractors or homeowners should say that having different siding on the front and the sides and the back of the house is weird, but it's a condition that's existed throughout history and can be found in every region and throughout almost every architectural style. So it's by no means inappropriate to have one material on the front and then a different material on the sides and rear. Thank you.
And this commission has approved that type of installation on many occasions. All right, I'll open it up to the commission for questions, comments. Ms. Anderson. Ladies first.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to emphasize that this area, I don't know when it was, this historic district was created. My recollection is that at one time, the Ohio City Historic District only went as far west as West 38. Not 100% positive about this, but pretty sure that the point I'm trying to make is I think a lot of the vinyl sided homes in this area were sided prior to the area being deemed a historic district. And so some of these examples may have been there for decades, and once if that was done prior to the creation of the historic district, then they're allowed to stay. One thing I wanted to point it out is there's the white horizontal banding below the windows, above the windows. There's also 2 horizontal bands above and below that small window on the 3rd floor. And if we move forward with the restoration of that historic banding, I would strongly support having the historic banding restored on that 3rd floor area. It's hard to see on the original photos because the prior paint job did not emphasize that. It's all monochromatic, but it's there.
But if I may, on Ms. Anderson's point, it does appear that sort of starting at the base of that band, the horizontal band, you know, is present, and it almost looks like there's a novelty siding that's a little different from the regular clapboard above that, if you look at older photos of it, but
Is that like a scallop siding?
it's not quite scalloped, it looks, I don't know.
Little notches?
But yeah, like notches or a wave, some sort of, you know, something unique to the building, and definitely an architectural feature that gives the building character, and we'd like to see restored.
Does the more recent photos still show that type of siding? In with bands count?
You can definitely see the bands.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
But it may very well be the original
It's
siding.
hard to tell.
Yeah.
But once the vinyl has been removed, it'll be evident whether there was some notching on the siding, some decorative siding.
Mr. Lozier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to echo staff's recommendation as well as the Historic Ohio City Design Advisory Committee's recommendation to remove the vinyl siding from the front facades and repair the existing wood siding. Alternatively, if that siding is not in workable condition, then an appropriate alternate material would be the hardy board siding. And also to echo Ms. Anderson's comments as well relating to the horizontal banding and making sure that that is retained as a feature with the new colors.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Anyone else? I'll add my comments here. I think it's incredibly important to stress the responsibility of a contractor to understand the requirements for permitting the city of Cleveland within a historic district. And typically I don't fault the homeowner. They're hiring a contractor in good faith to do the right thing in terms of the entire project, including permitting, getting the appropriate authorization to proceed with the work. So this case stands alone. It makes no difference what the neighboring houses' exterior material consists of. They may have been approved or not approved or installed prior to this becoming a historic district. Just considering this case, and I think it's egregious of a building contractor to proceed with work without the proper authorization, particularly within a historic district. So I have no sympathy whatsoever to the cost involved with executing this work.
Certainly not about the cost. It's about the fact that we're going to create some maintenance there. So I don't have a problem taking it down and putting just painting the wood that's there. It's cheaper than hardy plank.
Yeah, and that's an appropriate.
A lot cheaper than hardy plank.
Rectification of this situation is to treat and prep and paint the existing siding. That, in fact, that would be the preference according to Secretary of Interior standards. So with that, is there any other comments? I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Philip.
does that require staff review of the detail of the corner transition from the existing wood siding? To ensure that those transitions are appropriate.
Yeah, I would make that a requirement to, that the applicant submit for approval the transition from where the siding is restored to the remaining vinyl siding from where the cross gable continues to the rear of the property. Right, so I think that's a nice recommendation. So I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion, Mr. Chair. Thank you. To approve a certificate of appropriateness with the requirement that the present vinyl siding be removed to the corners of the cross gable of the home as recommended by both design review committee and landmark staff. The additional requirement that the details for the corner transitions from the existing existing or repaired wood siding to the vinyl siding on the sides of the cross gable be submitted to staff for review and approval.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second.
I have a one question. Is the staff also reviewing and improving the color?
Certainly can if you want to add your motion.
I will. So it's complementary with the color of the siding that's remaining.
Yes.
Bring up with a bit more banding.
In addition, require staff review and approval of color for compatibility with the remaining vinyl and to ensure that the paint scheme appropriately reflects all the existing wood on the front and sides.
Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, and please call the roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gregg?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
Director Long, Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg?
Yes.
Mr. Tresick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you to the applicant. Move on to the next case. Case number 24061. Lorraine Variety Historic District, 11101 Lorraine Avenue. Addition and site improvements. Will the applicant please introduce yourself and tell us about your project?
Good morning. My name is Khalil Eways with Pioneer Engineering. Our project is located on the southwest corner of West 111th Street in Lorraine. It's an existing auto repair shop and used car dealership. If you can see from this first slide, the existing buildings are set on the rear property line, approximately 125 feet from the Lorraine Avenue right away. And our proposal keeps the existing building to the left of your screen and demolishes an accessory building approximately 300 square feet to the west, east of their location. And our proposed building attaches to the existing building and heads east. This slide here shows the existing building to be demolished with several views. It's really an accessory building. None of any of valuable use to us that we can convert, and as such, it has no value to us. Next slide, please. Our site layout, final site layout, would incorporate the building addition, which would be the width of the existing building at 25 feet 4 inches and extend east 63 feet, giving us about 1,600 square feet of new building. We'll have dedicated customer parking, refreshed landscaping, and a reduced car display area. And we feel that this layout best meets the needs of our client and the owner. We do lose space for car display, but we want the customer interaction of entering, exiting, easily finding parking to be as convenient as possible. Next slide, please. Part of our landscaping, like I mentioned, we're going to refresh the landscaping beds on Lorraine with a mixture of shrubs and perennials. That was part of the recommendation from the design review committee, is that we provide additional screening. Although the existing planting beds are existing, they've been neglected for many years, but part of this proposal, we will refresh those beds with the appropriate plantings as shown. Next slide, please. This is our floor plan. Existing building has office space and one bay garage. The existing height of the building is approximately 14 feet and 8 inches. Really, the elevation of the existing building doesn't meet the needs of the owner. When they lift vehicles on the lift, they can't comfortably work underneath the vehicle. They're always crouching and it's really uncomfortable. So our proposal adds 4 bay doors, 12 feet wide by 10 feet high. The overall building height would be approximately 20 feet. We'll have windows on the side of West 111th Street. There'll be glass mullion windows, 1 inch thick glass, 4 feet wide by 3 feet high. This is an elevation. The top one is the north elevation. If you're standing on Lorraine, this is what you would see as the end product. The existing building, we're going to incorporate a new awning as recommended by the design review over top of the office space. We're going to have additional glazing on the doors as recommended also. Two panels would have windows on them. We'll have a sandstone band on the north and east elevation. And the south elevation would be split face block. Next slide. This is just our roofing plan. We plan on having a flat roof built out of 1.5 inch B decking, metal roof. Next slide, please. This is just some additional details. We plan on matching the brick pattern and type that's on the existing building. It'll be the Brookhaven. We'll also, part of this proposal, sand wash the existing building just to clean up the red and yellow paint and the grime that's on the facade there. We'll also have the 12-inch band of sandstone. Like I mentioned, it would be a natural color. Next slide. This is the rear facing the rear of the building, split face block, auburn color. And our roof drainage would be aluminum gutters attached to the existing uh, floor drains. Next slide. Similarly, on West 111th Street, we'll match the modular block there. We'll have on the north and east, which is the Lorraine and 111th side, we'll have at the top of the elevation a 16-inch EPS mold in there, and it'll be a beige in color. Next slide. This is regarding the bay doors. A suggestion received from design review was to change the color from the original white we had proposed to a tannish color. So that we have complied with that, and we're proposing this top color provided by this distributor. Next slide. Our lighting would have sconce lighting between the bay doors at the columns and flood lighting at the overhead doors as well. And that concludes our presentation.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll move on to design review committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project was reviewed by the Historic West Cleveland Design Review Advisory Committee on August 7th. There was no quorum, and so they were not able to make a motion or take action, but the members present had a lot of discussion, as noted by the applicant, to make some changes to the presentation. They went from glass block windows to regular windows on the east elevation, which was suggested. They added an awning on the north elevation to the existing building, which was suggested, as well as adding or enhancing the landscaping for the site. A lot of discussion was on taking this opportunity of putting an addition to the site where it's set back from Lorraine, and enhancing it, and using this as an opportunity to enhance that part and fit in with the neighborhood, which the applicant has taken into consideration. And something that was noted at local was questions about if there's any zoning changes with this expansion of this use, as well as possible impact to residents with the expanded car repair use versus a larger car selling lot. But overall, the committee was supportive of the changes, just with the enhancements as noted. And with no quorum, the applicant was given the option to return to the Historic West Cleveland Design Review Advisory Committee with any changes or response to the discussion that was had, or to move forward to the Landmarks Commission, which is what they ultimately decided to do.
All right, very good. And staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff would like to thank the applicants for taking local committee's recommendations into consideration. The additional detailing on the building and landscaping helped this building fit more with the district context. There have been some variances identified for the expansion of an auto repair use, but it should be noted that this property has been an auto-related business for around 90 years or so. Staff recommends the issuance of certificates.
And a clarification for me is you noted that variances are still required
because of the use. So you would, if you are in support, you would show support. You are not granting a zoning variance, right? So yes,
the applicant still has to go.
He still has to go to DCA. Yes.
DCA. Great. So I'll open it up to the commission for questions or comments. Mr. Logan.
Start with you, Mr. Chair. I also want to commend the applicant on similarly to the local design advisory committee in terms of taking a property and enhancing what you're doing there, and being receptive to the comments as well. I think this is a really great example of that. I also really appreciate the thoroughness of the presentation. it hits on all the things that we as a committee are looking for in a presentation. So just to commend you on that as well. All that said, I am supportive of the project as presented, and would also support the zoning variance required.
Okay, very good. Any other comments? Question? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also supportive of the project. I want to echo Mr. Lozier's comments. I really appreciate the consideration that the applicant has for the suggestions from the local design review committee and the detail and thought they put into this project. I just have a quick statement regarding the landscaping. It's great that there is some greenery that's going to be put in to this area. I just want to mention that oftentimes this is very utilitarian use. Owners have problems maintaining the landscaping beds. I just want to make sure that whatever is planted is low maintenance and that they continue to keep everything mulched and watered and properly.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Stewart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo my fellow commissioner comments about the appropriate thoroughness and care and active listening demonstrated by this very good friend. That's a bit of a question. It appears that there's some signage incorporated into the proposed new awning. So my question is, are we approving that signage now, or would that be under a separate signage application? I also see that the design of the facade of the new addition lends itself to signage opportunity. Obviously, that we comply with the guidelines. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not approving any signage at this time, including that incorporated into the awning, or are we doing that?
Through the chair, since the awning and those details are included in this presentation, they are part of the presentation. You could specify that the awning and that signage not be included in the approval, and that the applicant come back with a signage package. Either way, for that awning, I believe since there's signage on it, you would have to pull a separate permit. But again, if you approve everything as presented today, it would include that awning and signage. So if you're not comfortable with that, I would suggest a motion that specifies that that should come back.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, through the chair. Mr. Chair, I would appreciate any comments or input from either staff or my fellow commissioners about what is the most appropriate course of action vis-a-vis a motion regarding signage at this level. So, what do you suggest, Mr. President?
Through the chair, realistically, it's not much on there. It's unbalanced and it doesn't jump out as much. So I doubt there's any variances needed. Now, if they go through and find that they will need a separate permit because it's the supplemental sign. So if during that review it is determined that a variance is needed, it could return. But if no variance is needed, then granting the approval now, I think it would be fine. I think they detail what else. Okay, yes, the proposed final awning colored red with yellow stripes. So that's currently what's there. So if a variance is needed, we can bring it back.
Mr. Brenda's point, it is in the back corner of the lot.
125 feet.
Yes, quite a distance from the street. Both streets actually is essentially replacing what's already there.
Thank you very much, the chair to the secretary and the British. I guess I would say that I'd be comfortable approving basically what's presented, knowing that any changes or additions in terms of signage, given the distance from the street, the opportunity that speculating that the owners and the representatives.
separate presentation.
Yes.
Any additional?
Signage would be separate, I guess, is all this.
Sunburn.
Can we approve, I guess, in our motion, we approve existing signage without the supportive variance now, so it doesn't have to come back to us if
I knew we should refer this.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say anything right now, I would be looking to that.
because it has been presented, right?
Yes.
So if this is what they go forward with, we approve that any variances now.
I really don't think that, if this is all the signage they're doing, I don't think that would require variance, because it's really just the valence that counts as signage ongoing. And they've got a lot of frontage here. It's not overhanging the right of way, there's, yeah.
Xavier. Mr. Bay.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Bay, the expert.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay, sorry, my volume's a little low here. This is Xavier Bay. I'm in the zoning section of city planning. I typically would review any signage that comes through landmarks or city planning's design review districts. So I guess speaking specifically to the discussion, I hear like the question of, if we should approve or deny the signage, or if we should approve or wait till a later date to approve the signage being proposed today. And basically, if the applicant has the square footage of this like lower panel where it says CLE Cars office and their phone number, then I mean we could just do a quick evaluation and approve that variance today. If not, then we could just come back with that specific square footage and see if they need a variance or not. I guess to answer the question directly.
This is, excuse me, this is Khalil. Their dimension is 8" by approximately 20 feet is the length of the awning. So 8" is kind of the height of that valance.
Xavier's got his calculator up.
About 16 square feet.
Yeah.
16.
Okay, if I heard the applicant correctly through the chair, you said 8" by 20 feet?
Yes.
16 square feet.
Yeah, it sounds like about 16 square feet. Do you know how much linear frontage you have along the street?
I believe it's 133 feet.
Oh yeah, then a variance would not be needed.
Okay. Thank you, Xavier.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so we have our answer for the variance, right? So we can include the signage as part of the vote. Okay, any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Just like to make a motion to approve as presented, including the signage as shown, noting that any other signage would be presented and approved, and that in support of the any required variances for the expansion of zoning variance.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second? Second. Motion. Further discussion. Ms. Anderson, did your comment about the maintenance of the landscaping,
Yes,
add that as a,
yes, low maintenance landscape.
Mr. Bullock?
Yes, and is that a requirement that would be approved by the staff? Yeah. The requirement for a landscape maintenance plan would be reviewed and approved by landmarks.
Submitted to landmark staff. The applicant understands that requirement.
Yes, we do.
Right, I'm second. This all,
May
you're aware of that, okay, great. All right. We have a motion, a second. Seeing no further discussion, Dan, please call the roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dreyer?
Yes.
Mr. Doolittle?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray? Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Strickland?
Yes, did you get Mr. Dreyer?
Oh. Mr. Dreyer?
Well, he just came into the meeting,
Oh,
or maybe.
I think it's there. Yeah, it's been in and out. It's been, Peter's been out, but, yeah. Passes unanimously.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, move on to the next case, case number 24062, Franklin, West Clinton Historic District, 6909 Boulevard, solar panel installation.
Mr. Chairman, before we hear these next two cases, I wanted to address the commission just to clear up a few issues for the benefit of both the applicants, the commission members, and the members of the public watching. I just wanted to be clear that the Cleveland Landmarks Commission supports the installation of solar panels, goals of sustainability they represent and contribute to. Precisely why we passed the solar panel policy earlier this year, which allows for many solar panel installations to be approved administratively instead of having to go through the design review process. Solar panel policy outlines several design guidelines, which, if met by the proposal, means a shortcut and streamlined path to approval. Projects cannot or choose not to attempt to meet the guidelines, and those projects go through the design review process, the same way every other solar panel installation proposal did before we adopted the policy. The policy does not dictate that an installation must do X, Y, or Z. It simply offers guidance, which, if followed, leads to an administrative approval without a single meeting. Regarding these next two cases in particular, there seems to have been some misinformation circulated throughout the neighborhood, as we received almost 24 letters regarding the solar panel policy, and many did not seem to understand the intent or application of the policy. In both of these cases, the contractor applied for the design review process and were sent the Landmarks Commission solar panel policy. Since the proposals did not meet the guidelines, they showed no interest in modifying their proposals to meet the guidelines. They were scheduled for local design review. As you will hear, both cases were seen by the Historic West Cleveland Design Review Advisory Committee on August 7th, and several of the committee members did not have electricity as a result of the storm the previous day, so the committee did not have a quorum. The committee asked if alternatives had been evaluated or if any attempt to meet the guidelines of the policy had been made. There was no real consensus, and without a quorum, no motion or vote could be taken. Typically, in these cases, the proposal is tabled at local, and then the applicant returns with a revised proposal or an analysis showing why alternatives are not preferable. Since we did not have a quorum, the applicants, like the last case we saw, were given the option of returning to the local committee or proceeding to the Landmarks Commission. Both projects opted to proceed to the Landmarks Commission without any changes to the proposal. Just want to be clear again, there was no denial of either of these proposals at the local level. Our policy does not state that we will only approve your solar panel installation if you can meet certain thresholds. The policy simply offers a path to a streamlined approval. Many of the emails we received and shared with the commission members and they mention a variance from the policy or appealing the denial. No appeal is possible at this point because no decision has been made. We are in the act of following the policy. The applicant opted not to meet the guidelines, so they're going through the design review process. Before we hear from the applicants, I just want to note that while these cases have been lumped together in all of the public comment we received, they are very different from each other and have their own merits and considerations. Again, we look at each project on a case-by-case basis. So having said all that, Mr. Chairman, we'll be providing a staff report on each case individually after you hear their presentation.
Very good. And just so that I'm clear, there was no quorum, but were there any review comments? from the design review committee.
Yes, and we can go over those after the presentation, but essentially they, just ask questions.
Okay. We're good. So with the applicant for case number 24062, 6909 Franklin Boulevard, please introduce yourself and tell us about your project.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I'll start us off. My name is Jeff Sokolsky. My wife, Angie Schmidt, is also here. We're the owner occupants of 6909 Franklin Boulevard. I have lived in Cleveland for 19 years, ever since leaving my parents' nest. And both of us are really involved civically. I worked in community development for about 20 years. That's why I have some familiarity of the design review process. And Angie has expertise on sustainable transportation and is a national expert. We're both involved with a bunch of local nonprofits, and we're raising kids in the city too. We have a 7 and a 9-year-old. Angie purchased our house back in 2009 at Sheriff's Hill and transformed it. We've been working to transform a big abandoned structure to one of the best reasons. We're really eager to do solar for moral and ethical reasons. This doesn't our researching and coordinating with contractors and weighing different financing options. Yellow Light is actually the second contractor that we were engaged with. The first was Palmetto, and work with CPP, unfortunately. But our intent is really ambassadors for solar in the community. We've already had neighbors come and talk to us about what we're doing, what our experience has been, and we want to share. We want this to be an easy process for all of our neighbors who want to invest in renewable energy. And we also want to encourage climate action right now, especially among youth like our kids. Overall, this is about a $47,000 investment for us. In terms of design review, I was unable to attend design review due to the power outage from the storm and internet, but I heard that we would have been declined if there was forum to the policy. That's how I understood it. But Yellow Light, I take responsibility for revision. We did see revisions from Yellow Light, and I reviewed them, and they just were not satisfactory to me, specifically because those solar panels, we go from 29 to 21. Our energy production falls about 27%. So we were under the original proposal generate 110% of our energy. Under the revised proposal, we dipped down to about 80%, as I understand it. We also escape on our pricing. For example, like the roof cost and the infrastructure getting the electricity up the roof is fixed regardless of how many panels we have, whether that's 20 or 29. But Yellow Light has shared revision with us and the owners of 68. And I understand and appreciate the efforts of Landmark Commission, specifically for high standards in historic districts and for review more efficient of the solar panel process. We have reached out to for support, as Ann mentioned. Noticed about 24 letters as well that were in support of our project and would love to see us bring it to fruition. So in sum, we're requesting for our project is originally proposed. We believe deeply that maximizing our input is the right thing to do for the community and our earth. This is kind of us saying that we want to be part of this community in the city for the foreseeable future. And as I said, we greatly appreciate making Cleveland a better place and contributions to the work of the committee. I'll kind of turn it over to Angie or Justin from Yellow Light if they want to add any additional comments.
Yeah, just real briefly. I did want to say that, you know, we are just, I mean, even though we do have a background a little bit in some professional arenas that are a little bit close to this field. This really was a lot for us to research on our own, and this has added additional sort of complication for us that we weren't expecting, especially because our roof really is not visible very much from the street. As you can see, we're very close to two other houses, and you'd really have to kind of stand on the sidewalk and crane your neck to even view these panels, which is one reason I was really, really surprised to hear there was any resistance to this project at all. I do think that the message from our neighbors and the people who are going to be impacted by this view is pretty clear, and I just hope, honestly, I think that the policy, and that's what a lot of the neighbors expressed, this new policy limiting solar panels in historic districts, I wasn't aware of, and I don't support it. I don't think it's necessarily going to get us to the best solution in terms of supporting the environment. And just one more thing, I'm sorry I'm going on too long, but one of the reasons I wanted to install solar is because of the IIJA and all the federal incentives that are available now. This is a big investment for us and maybe wouldn't have been possible for us without that. So I feel like the city's policy in this case is a little bit at odds with what they're trying to accomplish at the federal level, and even some of the rhetoric from the administration, who I know is very committed to environmental causes.
Thank you. And Justin, do you have any further to add to this presentation?
I do. Thank you both very much as well. I appreciate your input and you guys speaking up. That's very helpful. So basically what we're looking at, as Jeffrey had mentioned, the original system size was 12.18 kilowatt system. We had 29 panels. With the revision, if we abide by the new regulation, we'd have to revise that down to 21 panels. That gives a 3,015 kilowatt hour annually loss, or which equates to 28%. So yeah, I mean, essentially, and the other project as well, there's a substantial loss if we abide by the new regulation. So yeah, I mean, just in order to make things financially feasible for both of these projects, you know, that's why we're asking for the original layouts to be approved if possible.
As part of your presentation, the applicant had noted that, okay, now we're there. I was just going to ask, do you have photos that represent what the panels will look like? So
I can certainly share. I have the layouts as they were originally slated to be, and then I have the revised layouts.
So we'll see that as part of this presentation.
No revised layouts were submitted to us. The presentation that we have is the same presentation that was presented to the local committee.
Right. Am I able to share my screen, or is that not possible in this committee? Okay. My apologies for that.
So, Carl, why don't we back up and have the applicant go through the slides and explain the installation.
Okay. So
just ask them to advance the slides as you proceed.
Sounds good. I will. Bear with me for 1 second here. So as you can see, this is the original proposed layout. Quite a substantial amount of the roof space is used in this layout. There's not, you know, for lack of a better term, there's not a lot of wiggle room without losing panels and, you know, in turn, losing production loss as well. So what we're looking at here is a 29 quantity panel system. Each system has each panel has its own microinverter. The manufacturer is Enphase. So with these microinverters, it converts each panel from DC to AC power. And if we were to go with the revised layout to abide by the new revisions, it would drop down to a 21 panel system with a substantial production loss of 28% or 3,015 kilowatt hours. But yeah, I'm not able to show that because I don't have those revisions submitted to you. But I don't really need many of the other slides. It's, that's more on the design side of things, but the summary is really what we were looking at on that last slide there. If there's any questions or anything regarding any of the existing slides, let me know.
I see the chair stepped out. That's this choice fun. Could you walk through which panels would be removed and how many? Going back to that overhead view.
Sure. Yeah, if you're able to go back to the original, the first panel. So we are looking at, let's see. So it's not just which ones would be removed, but we'd have to reconfigure them as well. So let's see. First two, so B6, B5, B7, B4, B8, and B3, it looks like those would be removed, and then there'd be some reconfiguration going on that western portion of the roof there. So we'd have 4 panels side by side for 2 rows, and then 3 panels side by side for the following 2 rows. So as you move back from the north to the south face of the roof, you would have 2 arrays of 4 and then 2 arrays of 3. And then if you look on the eastern roof, we would be losing that entire A1, A6, A2, A5, A3, A4. And on the southernmost portion of the roof there, we would have where A7 and all these ones are here, we would have 2 panels in 1 row and then 4 panels on the remaining row on the rear. Am I able to possibly share these new layouts with anyone directly now, or they need to be submitted prior to?
Yeah, they would have to be submitted. We don't have the ability to share a screen so that we could all view the revised layout.
Okay.
All right, so this is that we're seeing on the screen now is a representation of what the panels would look like.
Right. So they sit about 4 inches off of the roof face. They're an all black panel, so there's none of, like the older solar panels have those silver grid lines. These are far more attractive, at least in my opinion. But yeah, they just have a tendency to blend well with more roof spaces than the older style did.
I can jump in, Mr. Chair. Are we taking design review?
Yeah. I know you're anxious, right? That's a comment. All right, so we have is that the end of the presentation?
Yes, that's all I have to present.
Okay.
For this project.
We'll move on to design review committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As noted, this project was reviewed by the Historic West Cleveland Design Review Advisory on August 7th. There was no quorum, but the committee members present discussed the importance of the balance between the historic district and their requirements versus form and function and sustainability, and historic aesthetic that we focus on in our meetings. They did discuss the possibility of alternate locations, possibly on the rear of the dormer, or removing panels closest to the front of the home, or aligning panels more closely with the edges of the roof, and so it's not to show gaps between the panels and the roof line. And so, as previously noted, many of these projects that have solar panels are usually tabled at local to be able to have that conversation about alternatives if they've been looked into. And without quorum, we were not able to have a motion made. And so the applicant was given the opportunity to return back to the local committee with any changes or a response to the comments made at that meeting, or to move forward to Landmarks Commission, which they chose to do.
Thank you. And you have further staff report beyond.
Yeah, we have some public comment first.
Okay.
So yeah, as noted, we have received public comment. We received 21 comments prior to the deadline on Tuesday that were in favor of the solar panel installation for both this project and the project that we'll see below. So this is going to be very similar for our next project, as well as in general for solar panel installation within historic districts to be environmentally friendly and sustainable. All the comments that were received before the deadline were in the Dropbox for review by the commission members.
All in favor?
Yes. Those are comments.
Thank you. And is the local council person here?
Let's see, we're representing.
So then we'll move on to staff.
Thank you. I guess just first of all, wanted to commend the homeowners for the care they've taken to their home and all the improvements they've made. Honestly, not really sure where this perception of resistance to solar panels is coming from. Our policy, as I stated before, doesn't limit solar panels. It simply states that you have to go through the design review process. If you don't meet certain guidelines, it's the same process that roof replacements go through, and this one should have, as you can see from the photos, there was a slate roof present on this house that's no longer there. It's been replaced without permit or landmarks review with a asphalt shingle roof. So had you gone through that process, this is the same process you'd be going through that you would for any change to the exterior of your property. Would like to note that that the house is located on the south side of the street. There's a dormer on the east side with a south-facing roof. One whole half of the house, like of the main gable, essentially faces southwest. So essentially, we have similar questions to those raised at the historic West Cleveland West Cleveland Design Review Advisory Committee. We wanted to see alternatives. Have you looked into alternatives? It sounds like you have, but could any of the panels be moved to the rear of the dormer? Would removing the furthest row of panels to the front of the house change the output and electrification numbers, and by how much? Essentially, staff recommends tabling to allow the applicant to examine the alternative panel locations and configurations, including options to install panels on the south-facing dormers, or to locate panels on the rear elevation of the home, which faces south, or have they looked into a freestanding array? We're not saying that any of these options are necessarily going to be better. We're just making our standard request to explore the alternatives. If those options have been explored, they haven't been shared with us. So, I mean, it sounds like they have. We just like to see some evidence of that. We really want Ms. Schmidt and Mr. Sigelski to have solar panels. We're just trying to follow the process we're charged to do in Codified Ordinance Chapter 161.
Just quickly, if I could respond to that. So I've been looking at this for a number of years, and I have explored having solar panels that are located off the house, because I was told originally that our house isn't ideal for this in some ways. As you mentioned, originally we had a slate roof. It was 135 years old and not in very good shape. So that was one reason it wasn't ideal. Obviously, we don't have a south-facing roof either. So initially, and I put off looking into this for a few years because I heard that, and I was looking into this idea of a solar garden. But again, and what I was told is because of the contracts Cleveland Public Power is in for where they're purchasing coal-fired power at above market rates, and they're in such a long-term contract that we haven't been as aggressive about pursuing solar as, for example, I think they are in Columbus and some other cities. So anyway, that basically went nowhere. I spent a little bit of time spinning my wheels looking at whether some off my house alternative would be possible, and it isn't. Again, with respect to the dormer, I asked about this before with other solar contractors, and they just said the dormer was not a good place for solar panels. It wouldn't work there in the past. I don't know if the solar installer has anything additional, but I have sort of looked at, I would love to put them on the back of the house. It won't work, is what I was told.
Yeah, if I can step in, that I did fail to mention that on the revision, we were able to place just one panel on the dormer, just one, but I mean, that doesn't change the production much for the positive.
So that has been studied as an alternative.
Yeah, I have. I just failed to mention that before.
And it's not part of the presentation that the
Right.
staff was looking for. Does that conclude your presentation?
Was that for me or for the homeowners?
Yeah. So
one thing I just wanted to add, I'm sorry. Like I mentioned, this was a big investment for us. We're sort of middle-class people. We're not developers. And we really had hoped to actually start seeing a return on this summer. And daylight is kind of fading fast. So even just the delay will cost us money and reduce the efficiency of the system.
So as part of the staff report, there was a recommendation that this project be able so that other information could be presented with regard to the study of alternative locations for the panels and the resulting electricity production and how that would, affect your goals for alternate power. We would have to have the owner's approval to table this project. And with the comment you just made, it sounds like you'd be resistant to pursuing that path. So I'm asking
I guess we'd have to discuss it, but I really would prefer not to have it delayed, if possible. And I think that, okay.
All right, that's fine. So I'm going to open it up now for questions and comments from
I have some thoughts on start one. Yeah, I think this is the first solar panel cases that we've seen since the policy was adopted. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and understanding that the intent of the policy when we adopted it was to allow that administrative relief for homeowners seeking to do solar. I think this is an interesting point in which, we should interrogate the policy a little bit in terms of how it matches up with climate goals. And it's my understanding that the National Park Service and U.S. Secretary of Interior, which, this body takes our cues from, actually says no solar from the public right of way, which seems even more contrary to kind of the overall federal goals. So I feel that there's probably larger discussion needed about, climate goals, versus sort of U.S. Secretary of the Interior goals at a systems level. But I think for me, I'm concerned because, if homeowners can't get the administrative approval to get 100% electrification, that presents another kind of procedural hurdle to get there. And so for me, getting to that 100% or more electrification is really important from a sustainability perspective, and I feel like these are in sort of contrary to each other right now. I also wanted to raise that for homeowners with smaller roofs, this seems to present a problem. Certainly with people with larger single-family homes, with larger structures, the administrative relief might benefit them more, but I am curious for the commission's dialogue on how we handle structures with smaller roofs and supporting homeowners who want to be electrifying their homes. And I think my last comment is that You know, right now we're sort of on that turning point where we're trying to get more electrification through solar panels. Cleveland got a huge grant through the EPA to do solar panels, broadly speaking, it's like over $100 million. And I do feel like solar will become a part of our conscientiousness in a way that we might not even notice it anymore if we're walking down the street. So we are at a turning point in which we're going to start to see more solar panel projects, hopefully. And so I just wanted to raise some of those points for dialogue with the commission, because I think reaching 100% on electrification is really important. And that, it's my opinion that we should be able to provide a little more relief. But I think this is interesting because we're at a point where we're sort of testing the policy to see how it works in real life. Theoretically, you know, if you could get 100% electrification through our policy, great, through the administrator.
Mr. Locher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo in support of Director Huang's comments related to solar panels and how we can make the path easier, more accessible for homeowners, and to allow that to happen. My understanding about this policy isn't it's really about what could be approved administratively, meaning not coming to this board, versus what would need to come to this board. So prior to the policy, my understanding was any solar panel project in a historic district on a roof would have to come before us. The difference now is if it meets the standards within that policy, meaning the panels themselves aren't seen from the right of way, or they're in a position where they're really not viewed, then that could be approved administratively. It wouldn't have to come, you know, to this meeting. But because this is an historic district, those installations where there is visibility would still need to come for us, and we would still make a case by case basis. And then it's up to this commission to determine whether or not it's appropriate to, you know, whether or not that meets, you know, the appropriateness for the project. So I'm also a little confused about the confusion around the policy itself. It's really not any. There's no additional restrictions that were put upon applicants than what there was previously. All that said, I am in support of this project as presented. I think we do need to think more broadly about how we can allow more homeowners to be able to install solar panels. I still think it's important for it to go through this process because there is an aesthetic implication within the historic district for us to at least have visibility to, so that people aren't running amok and just doing, installing vinyl siding on a house without going through the right permitting process. So it's just really really part of the checks and balances to make sure that we're all doing our due diligence to make sure that we are maintaining the historic integrity of our historic districts in our neighborhoods. So that said, I'm in support of this project as presented, and I'm interested to hear from my colleagues on the board as well.
I also clarify, so I think in this situation, because it's a smaller roof surface, following the policy only gets them to the 80% electrification versus a larger home surface, which they could get to 100% and get the administrative relief. So I'm just balancing, is there an additional, hardship or whatever that is faced when we have these uneven abilities? And so, and then having to go to a meeting or two to be able to push that. I just want to clarify.
I say the applicant's hand is up, and at this point, we'll give them an opportunity to provide additional clarification. Justin, you have an additional point to make?
I would just mention that the specific regulation that we're discussing here with the 25% setback of the total length of the roof, that may work for some projects that we do that are proposed, but for this in particular, well, actually both of these projects here, there's just so much substantial loss if we have to abide by that. So, you know, that's my only point really at this point.
Mr. Lozier,
I guess
thank you.
I guess I just have a follow-up question. Is the 20, is what was just sort of noted, is that a requirement or is that a recommendation?
Through the chair, it's a recommendation that if we receive an application and it has that 25% reduction from the front of the house, we can sign off on an administrative. Otherwise, it goes through the.
It would just be compliant with the policy allowing for administrative review, so you wouldn't have to come to the.
Right, so a recommendation, not a requirement of the policy.
The policy does not make any requirements.
Right, it is worded specifically, so does not say you must, it says you should. Our policy is in line with other cities nationally, and it's actually less restrictive. So we have room to do both historic preservation and sustainability. Where's that balance lie? That's why we put it that way, because it should be this way. Doesn't mean it's going to work. It's a case by case basis. And that's why it's worded the way it is.
I'm in full support of solar panels in general and wherever we can do that. I'm also very supportive of historic preservation in areas that the city is deemed historic, following Secretary of the Interior standards, which does not allow for solar panels in a visible area. But it sounds like through this conversation, there's a way to put more panels on the rear of the building than what is presented here. And there's a way to at least minimize what's visible on the front. So I think if I have all the numbers correct, you're going for 120% of
electric use.
Yeah, a lot of production. But you need 100, like 100, you're getting extra. What would it look like if you go for 100? And what would it look like if you put as many panels to the rear that you can fit? How many panels would you actually see? If you negotiated and compromised to get to 100 and to put as many panels in the back. So I would like to see at least some other submissions than what is presented here before I support this presentation.
And the applicant can, Justin, can you comment on studies that you've done to, as much as possible, respond to Mr. Sandberg's inquiry?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had originally their offset for the original layout that we're viewing here was 104.59%. So they were just slightly over 100 with that original layout. We never got close to the 120. We wouldn't have been able to do that for them. But yeah, that's, I just wanted to comment on that we were closer to the 100% with the original layout. So I don't have a percentage of what the offset is with the revision, but we can figure that out. And, if we need to submit that or resubmit it or whatever the case may be.
So just for clarification, what's the projected energy production from what you're calling the original layout? Is that what you're requesting approval of?
Yeah, what we're looking at on the screen currently.
And what did you say that electric production is?
104.59% was the offset. So we base that on the production, the targeted production versus their usage.
Okay. So I think there was a little misunderstanding with regard to what you were actually expecting to achieve.
So, I think you said you would lose 9 panels.
Yes, 9 panel loss.
So I feel like personally for me, there would be some kind of compromise that, maybe we can lose 6 of those panels, or maybe we can relocate 2 of them off the building. Or some kind of compromise where I'm not in support of what is presented here, but I think there is some kind of compromise that
Could I just, there isn't a way to move, there isn't a way to place any more panels on the house with these removes. Is that correct? Except maybe one on the dormer? It's either 80% or 100%. Isn't that right?
She's
So
asking you.
the proposed layout was, so we just shift them from portrait or from landscape mode to portrait mode. That's how, that's how you're able to do the reorientation. So in portrait mode, while we would have that 25% setback that we had mentioned, that would allow for 4 panels side by side for 2. I wish I could show you. You can't see my arrow that I'm circling here, but I did share the revision with Jeffrey. I believe you have that in your email. If you want to go over that.
So if you reorient into the portrait mode, landscape mode, whichever mode you're not in right now, what percent from the building could you move back? That question makes sense.
I mean, we own. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
If you reorient everything to the rear as much as you can, where is that the limit on the front of the building? Is that at 20% or is it 15%? How far back can you get just by reorienting?
So we had only done a revision to try to abide by that 25% setback. So we weren't, we didn't look into any other orientations because we were just trying to abide by that. So in the revision that I'm looking at here, we're going to be back 9.5 feet from the front of the roof space, or from the covered porch.
But that reduces the production.
It reduces the production by 28%. So we'd lose 3,015 kilowatt hours annually.
All right, so I'm going to add my comments here. I think all of the input from commissioners are extremely valuable, and I wasn't surprised, quite frankly. When I made my own inquiry about the Secretary of Interior standards, I recognize that they're extremely restrictive. And so then I asked staff how our policy compared to surrounding communities, and found that the goals of our policy in allowing for solar panel installation in a historic district are much more liberal, say, than many of our surrounding communities. And I personally think that the Secretary of Interior standards are behind with regard to appropriate appreciation of the importance of electrification of our homes, even in a historic district. So I would not be surprised if giving the conflicting goals at the federal level in terms of subsidies and supplemental funding being in such conflict with the Secretary of Interior standards that those standards have to change. And so I would rather be ahead of the curve rather than behind the curve in the city of Cleveland. So I'm supportive of installation of solar panels, recognizing the importance of maintaining our historic districts, but I think that the goal of sustainability outweighs this particular consideration and allow for variation to accommodate the panels. So that's my opinion. So is there any further discussion? Mr. Gillespie?
Sanderson had it.
Okay.
I think we went out at the same time, but anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with what you just said. I think it's important that we are ahead of the curve, and I'm glad that we have these standards. I think the standards we have are reasonable, and it expedites probably most installation applicants' projects. You know, the situation here is the lot is only like 35 by 70, so there really isn't room for a freestanding panels. The house is 1,400, a little over 1,400 square feet, so it's not that large of an area. And there are, other than that dormer, there aren't really any good south-facing exposures. You know, I think the issue I have here is in order to really approve this, I would like to see the alternatives shown to us. We haven't seen that. You know, I understand you have the support of the neighborhood, but I think they did not understand the purpose of our guidelines. It's not like we are, you know, digging our heels opposed to deviating from the guidelines, but process needs to be used. Those are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The alternative proposal is this with the 6 panels in the front removed, isn't it? Justin? The alternative proposal that abides by it removes these 6 and the first 2, and that's essentially it.
It's hard to actually quantify that without them actually seeing it, just because the landscape and the portrait orientation. So theoretically, yes, but just to be able to, for them to see it in landscape versus portrait mode and what that does to the project. It's hard to quantify that.
And they would still be visible, correct?
Yeah, but they would abide by that 25% setback.
But that requires a reduction to 28% in out.
What was it? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
That results in a reduction of 28% in output.
Exactly, yes.
All right, so what has been explained that complying with the policy just provides administrative relief. And you've taken the path of coming to the commission for consideration of what you'd actually like to build. So, you know, we're at this point, I think that it's appropriate for us to take action on what you're presenting.
Mr. Eagle had a question.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I would not think this would be kind of behalf of any of the commission. I do echo support for solar in the historic district policy that we all approved and chose to implement is definitely leaning more progressively towards a future where we have where we are able to work towards sustainability goals within historic preservation is a core sustainable practice. As a matter of fact, and as a matter of history, here in Cleveland. So not to get too philosophical, but I guess I feel like we're talking a matter of proportion here. The fact of solar panels is something that we, from a sustainability policy, in the city fully support, correct? Be able to put solar panels on your roof, even if you're in historic, district, is already on the path to life. I guess I feel that as a body, we need to, as part of our historic integrity, it's not that you're not going to see panels. We're talking about how close they are to how you see them. So it's a matter of proportion. I will also say, just as an aside, the other aspect of our applications of the National Park Service guidelines that we always fall back on, but always defer to, but I think always champion, is you meet the rubric of it's clearly new and it is reversible. So I guess I would say my understanding of our approval of the policy in the first place in general, or I should say even more than that, our active support of wanting to find ways to promote or accommodate solar in historic district is rooted in that piece of the National Park Service guidelines. So I guess I feel here, I'm definitely in support of this homeowner being able, in general, but particularly these homeowners, definitely in light of all the work they've done, as I think of their sincere commitment to both their home and its history and sustainability in this neighborhood, that I think, well, way forward, I'm looking for that Venn diagram, right? I'm looking for that overlap where there's that sweet spot where we're talking about some distance. Is it 25%? Is it 15? Is it 10? I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is we have to see that. I think we have to see how it actually looks from the street. I just see a black rectangle and a photo of and the photos are fine. I think they're great. I guess I feel like a proposal that comes as close as possible to that 100%. That goes from both directions of this home. I believe that from the west, it's fairly well concealed by the house next door, correct? So we really are talking about the panels on that northeast-ish corner of the house. I guess I'd just like to put it to my fellow commission members, would they be in support of we need to review that alternative proposal, like you lose 2 panels and it's being set farther back on that quadrant of the roof as a suggestion. Would that be something that we would want to review as a body, or would that be something that would be reviewed by the staff if we made a motion to do so? Asking for opinions of my fellow commission members.
I'll respond to that and say that, as the director pointed out, this particular case, it's a fairly small house, and they only have so much roof area. So in other situations where it's a larger home and they can get to the 100% level and still be compliant with the goals of the policy, which is to try to minimize the visibility of the solar panels. In those cases, those 2 goals can be met in terms of sustainability goals and trying to preserve the visual of the historic home. Those are laudable goals. That's what we should try to work to. In this particular case, the lot is so small, the house is so small, the roof area is so small that as a practical matter, you can't get to that goal, sustainability goal, in the installation of the solar panels. So that's why we review cases on an individual basis. So I'm just stating my opinion with regard to this alley. And I would support the installation as proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's the thinking out loud I'm trying to get to myself. So I appreciate everyone bearing with this. And I hope it's a fruitful conversation, because obviously this informs not only this case, but cases moving forward in terms of here we are where we would be every time if we didn't have this policy. So it's really important for us, I think, to have these conversations, particularly about installation. I think we're really back in more traditional realms as a reviewing body in the world of hardship. We're saying that these particular circumstances of this particular house in line with our case-by-case mandate. We take every project on its own merits in relation to the standards which we are charged with upholding. Is small lot, small house, and the necessary roof area required to meet that 100% sustainability goal. That is the laudable thing. You're never not going to see panels on the front of this house, even in the compromise scenario. So in terms of a matter of proportion, it goes right back to us as a body making an aesthetic judgment about how much does it matter whether you're going to see panels there. It's just going to be better proportion or not better. They're clearly new. So I guess I'm coming down through this process that I've seen and heard, thinking out loud and listening to everybody and listening right now. I would be in support of this installation. I think we have to come down as I know I have to come down as a on the side of really wanting to be my cake and have it too. But at the end of the day, the substance of sustainability is where I'm down on this thing, because you're never not gonna see panels. So is it 4 or 6? It's gonna be panels. It's gonna be one. And I think that the case of hardship really tips it over the scale for me personally in this particular case. I would be in support of it. Thank you.
All right. All set. Any other comment? Still loaded.
I make a motion.
You can.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the solar panel installation as presented.
I would like to second that motion. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's call.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gregg? Mr. Dooley?
I'm sorry, yeah, you said Councilwoman Gray?
Not yet, no, I was calling from Mr. Dreyer, but you'll be here in a second. Mr. Dooley?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
All right. Director Wong?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg?
No. I want to stipulate, I'm not in support of the current array. It's not, I'm not in support of the solar panels, just not the current locations there.
Mr. Tresick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes by a vote of 8-1.
All right. We look forward to your project moving forward.
So much. Really appreciate your support.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we move to case 2463. 6810 West Clinton Avenue, solar panel installation. We've already had a design review committee.
The owners here, the applicant, if they want to go for their presentation first.
Sure, I'll start. Good morning, everyone. Hey, thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. I think a lot of the things that I'm going to say will echo what Angie and Jeff had to say. But I did want to comment on the policy itself. That my concern is that it really reduces the amount of this total number of solar panels that a homeowner can have on their property, regardless of how you cut it. Even if you put panels on dormers or garages, the policy still says that panels shouldn't be on the first 25% of the home. And I disagree with the comment earlier that the goal should be 100%. I think the goal should be as large of a percent as possible. If you can get up to 200% and you have the space, I think homeowners should strive for that, because if you're over 100%, the energy that you're producing goes back into the grid. So you are contributing more clean energy into Cleveland Public Power or First Energy that then others can utilize. And that's a good thing for sustainability and for the community. And you're also getting paid for it. So I think about a future where instead of you paying CPP, CPP is paying you for all of the clean energy that you're generating, and how that could, get rid of electric bills, and instead of you're getting electric credits. So I think people should be trying to install as many solar panels as they can afford and fit on their property. And this policy limits that. This policy diminishes that. Also, energy usage is probably going to increase in the coming years. So, for example, we have an electric car. The energy usage that our system was based on was prior to that. We're thinking about a second electric car in the future. As more things become electric, things like cars, energy usage is going to increase. So if you're just at 100% coverage today, that might only cover 80 or 90% of your usage in the future. So that's for the policy in general. In terms of our specific case, our roof, like Jeff and Angie's, does not face the street. So if you're standing directly in front of our house, you can't see the roof. Our roof is not historical. Our roof was put on in 2017. It has asphalt shingles. It was asphalt shingles before 2017 as well. It was like that when we bought it. And so also from the policy standpoint, it says they shouldn't be more than, they should be set back 25% of the way from the front of the house. If you're looking at our roof from the side of the house, you'll still be able to see panels, even if they're set back 25%. So, I don't know if seeing one panel versus several panels, if that's better. Either way, even if we follow the policy, you're still going to be able to see panels, from the side of the house. So, in this original plan that we can go through here, and I'll let Justin go through the plan, but we use an estimated just under 10,000 kilowatt hours per year, and this proposal would generate an estimated 10,000 kilowatts per year. So we're just covering our electric needs, maybe a little bit more, especially since we've gotten the electric car. Yeah, I guess I'll pass it to Justin. If you wanted to walk through the plan here.
Sure. Thanks, Jeremy. If you could move to the next slide, please. That one will be fine. So again, just like the last project, this is our original layout that we submitted. With this current system, we had a 9.24 kilowatt system size that would have produced a 92.58% offset to their original usage. And how we come up with that number, we get a year's worth of their electrical usage. Our sales team does, and that's how they decide how to build the system based on what the needs are of the homeowner. So we were looking at 9,351 kilowatt hours annually with the original layout that we're looking at here. With the revision that we had done to try to amend and abide by that new regulation or suggestion, I'll call it what it is now. I apologize. That would bring it down to 6,198% for a 34% loss in production. We were able to, with the revision, we were able to keep the same number of panels, but because of the trees and the shading, they would lose 34% of their estimated production. And that is all I have for this one.
So is any additional input from design review from the staff?
Yes, thank you. This was seen by the Historic West Cleveland Design Review Advisory Committee on August 7th. As the last project, they talked a lot about the policy and how that is for the administrative approval and where they can find that compromise between form and function and the historic aesthetic in the historic districts, and noted that this particular home has more leeway regarding placement of panels because all the panels are suggested to be on the one side of the roof, versus covering the entire roof space. And as noted, they did not have quorum. The applicant was given the option to return to the Historic West Cleveland Design Advisory Committee with any changes or response to their discussion, and or to move forward to Landmarks Commission, which they did choose to do.
And the staff report associated with this application.
I'll just reiterate the public comment that we received because it was for both projects. We received the 21 public comments that were in support of solar panel installation for the two projects in general, as well as supportive of the installation of solar panels throughout the historic districts.
Regarding staff report, would like to note that there are two large trees in the front of the side yard that make this installation a challenge. Also the fact that this house is on the north side of the street. It's facing south, which means that the strongest sunlight is towards the front of the house, which presents another challenge. We have similar questions to those raised at the Historic Cleveland Design Review Advisory Committee. Because, as far as have you looked at alternatives? Can you move any of the panels to the garage? How would removing the furthest row of panels to the front of the house change the output and electrification numbers? Could the fronts of the side gables be utilized? Again, staff recommends tabling to allow the applicants time to examine the alternative panel locations and configurations, including the option to locate panels on the garage and the fronts of the side gables. Sounds like some of that analysis has been done, but again, it wasn't shared with us. We haven't seen any. So we're just presented with the one option here today. Again, we're not saying that any of these alternatives will necessarily be better. We just want to ensure that alternatives are explored the way we do with every proposal that doesn't meet the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, which this body is charged with evaluating projects based upon.
Thank you. So, yeah, I'll open it up for questions, comments from it.
Can I ask, is this house substantially different in size than the last?
This is a pretty big house.
Pretty big.
My daughter lives at 7013 West Clinton, and so the owners of this house used to live in my daughter's house.
Wow.
And right, so yeah, I'm familiar with this house, and it's just a beautiful, beautifully restored house, and it's kept immaculate. But there's huge trees on these house, which
Yeah,
and for this type of installation would present a challenge.
through the chair, it's a substantially larger house, it's 2,300 square.
Yeah, I think the challenge here is the tree canopy. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to reiterate, again, the policy, what the policy states. If the 25% setback is maintained, it doesn't have to come across this, it doesn't have to be presented to this board. It could be administratively approved. So that said, we appreciate the applicant's desire and want to go above and beyond what could be produced with that 25% setback, which is why we're reviewing this today. I think similar understanding the challenges with the large trees on the east side of the home. Seems like this is the only real opportunity to provide the amount of electrical production necessary to power the home to 100%. I personally don't see it being an issue for me to approve this.
Commissioner members, Mr. Gillette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lozier. You can go to the views, I think, and I hope other commission members use this as an opportunity to share their opinions. I just think from that aesthetic point with which we're charged, how this looks almost feels better than the prior application. There's something about how even just the stepping of the panel, I mean, again, it's a nice steep roof, I think is the area. I think it goes back to Director Juan's point. We talk, and that matter of proportion. But I think that even though this is an even larger array in proportion to the roof, in proportion to the home, and even the happenstance of the relative size of dormer and position of the valley, this feels almost as if this is a solar, clearly new element that is being installed in response to the historic nature of the home. I'm not sounding like I'm rationalizing things too much, but I just think I like how this looks better than flat panel that is unable, because of the constraints, is unable to make even something as simple and necessary a response. How it's down to how you maximize panels. I think to me this is an example of, say, if the earlier application had been able to do something more like this, may have come closer to meeting what I think our threshold for aesthetic responsibilities. So I just wanted to put maybe a finer point on that, to say that I would be in support of this project.
Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, again, I support our guidelines. That said, there's room for exceptions with this house. The east facing is facing a very large apartment buildings. I don't think it's gonna be all that visible from the street, so I don't really have a problem with the panels going to the edge of the roof line on the east side. But
There's none.
there's no panels on the east. I'm sorry. All right, they're all right.
You can see the tree canopy.
Yeah, I see the tree canopy and it is the east side. No, the only question that I have, I'm sorry about that, is, has there been any exploration of putting panels on the garage? Or, this is a much larger lot, it's like 50 by 147. Is there a sunning area where you could put freestanding panels? So that's my question.
Yeah, a lot of the much of the garage also has trees on it as well. I think so. The tree that you see, so the garage is in the back left corner here. There's trees to the right of it that are ash trees that kind of hang over the roof as well and clog up my gutters on the garage all the time. But so it does have some tree there, especially on the east side. From the west, there's some other trees and obstacles from like the neighbor's yard that's not shown in here either. So I think it's just a matter of shadows. That, yeah, I mean that front side that we saw in the photograph earlier. I mean, that's just even as the seasons change and now as it becomes more winter, that still gets, and the roof is at a very high angle. It just, the sun really beats on that section of the roof. So that front corner is really is really an ideal spot for energy generation, just because of the way that the sun kind of comes across, like I said, even in the fall and winter.
Thank you. Good information.
I think my comments are very similar to what I said in the previous project. I feel like there is some kind of compromise that this design hasn't fully reached the potential that it could to, meet our recommendations. The policy is a policy of recommendations. I don't think that this has gone that extra effort to make any step to meet it in any way. I know that you keep saying you want to maximize, but you're not maximizing. You compromise yourself. If you were to maximize, you would put them on the dormers, you would put them on the front porch, you would put them everywhere, on the garage. So we're not maximizing. We've already compromised. I would just like to see another design that tries to meet our recommendations a little bit better. I'm not saying that we wouldn't approve this. I just think that this design hasn't gone with full effort.
Yeah, if I could address, could we flip back to the photograph of the that we were looking at earlier? So the policy recommendation with the 25% setback would result in, from this image, you can see it would eliminate the first 3 rows of panels, right? 3 or 4 rows of panels from the front of the house. And then it would keep the remaining, 2 or 3 towards the far left. And the way the policy's set up, it says, that we can get approved without having to go through the committee. But from an aesthetic standpoint and from a historical standpoint, I don't understand how that is better than this. How saying, hey, if you remove those first 3 rows of panels from the far right, that is aesthetically better or historically better. You would still see panels, and to me, it would look even more incomplete. And so I guess that's my challenge to the policy, is that I don't think that the way the policy is written makes things better from a historical standpoint.
So at that point, why aren't you putting them on the dormers and on the front porch?
Just from a cost savings perspective too. I mean, financial goes into it as well. Additional panels cost more money. I like the way the dormer looks now without the panels on it. I like the aesthetic look of this. And it does go slightly, it is right about what our energy needs are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, I think, is maybe a recommendation to applicants, and maybe this is something that we can also, when we receive applications for solar panel installations, is to request a layout that shows that meets the 25% setback, a proposed preferred layout showing what the applicant is hoping to achieve, and then if there are other alternatives, options that may get to where we're trying to accomplish, so that we're looking at, so that we as a body have the opportunity to see each of those options and be able to weigh those all sort of collectively. I think would help us make those determinations a little bit better. And then there wouldn't be as much of this sort of questioning back and forth, this versus that, and this is what this would look like, even though we can't review it and can't see it. So that might be just, moving forward, we might ask that of our applicants to show what falls within the recommendations, and then what would be proposed. Because I do agree with Mr. Sandberry that it is difficult for us to make a determination if we don't see what the alternatives that have been developed. So just some thoughts there.
Sorry, Jameson.
Mr. Chairman, that work is usually done at the local design review level. And I think that's where the commission was heading by asking questions and the additional info they were requesting. These cases seem to have gotten confused and there was some sort of perceived denial. And then everybody, I don't know, went in different directions than it's normal. Usually it would have been tabled at local, it would have gone back with revised presentation. And that may have come to you as like a nice, pretty package, everything's ready to go. Easy. Yeah. Or if they could have met the standard, we could have signed off on it administratively after that. So it's again, I don't anticipate you guys seeing a lot of projects like this. You didn't have quorum because of power outage, so you guys are getting to do some of the dirty work of the design review committees.
Well, thanks, Dan. We're gonna hold you to that.
That's not a promise.
So I just want to add, kind of following up on Mr. Tulick's comments with regard to how this looks. I just think I much prefer this layout rather than trying to force some panels back from the edge of the roof line and put them on the dormer. I think that would look much worse, and I think it would look worse if they were on the porch roof. So I think this is a neat looking installation, and it's kind of respectful of the valley coming off of the dormer. And it's the neatest installation you can come up with, I think, to meet the goals of the zone.
It's an interesting point, Mr. Chair. It's Director Wong was thinking about, they were on the dormers, then they would be facing the street completely versus the side, which is not face on. And I believe that was sort of the spirit of the policy to see, we really don't want them kind of like facing the street directly. So I think in that, it is an interesting point that further rearrange it, it would probably more of it.
I think that's right. Okay, any further discussion? Closure, you want to turn your comments into a motion?
I can. So I think there's two ways of looking at this, right? One motion might be to request a table to provide the additional information to help us understand what the 25% setback looks like versus other options. I don't know that I would necessarily go that route with my proposal. But in this case, I think I will make a motion to approve as.
Very good. We have a motion to approve as presented. We have a second.
One second.
Second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dooley?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Director Wong?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Sanford?
No.
Mr. Tresick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, the vote passes by vote 8-1.
All right. Thank you very much to the applicant and looking forward to seeing your project move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Am I able to make a comment really quickly or?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So obviously I can only speak for Yellow Light, but going forward, we will be happy to submit, what that 25% setback looks like as well. So we can present you both of those options. So maybe we can, alleviate some of the discrepancies right off the bat.
I think that's going to be helpful to your clients and certainly helpful for the commission.
I would agree. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you later, Jeremy.
All right, take that offline. All right. Move on to case number 24064. 2706 through 2710 Detroit Avenue renovations. Would the applicant please introduce themselves and tell us about your project?
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Sandberg. Hey, Ben, what do you got for us?
Good morning. Hi, Ben Trimble, Chief Real Estate Officer, Ohio City Incorporated. I'm here to present for you renovations on the historic Howe Brothers and Hill building at 2710 Detroit Avenue. We bought the building a couple years ago. The building was historically was actually a furniture production and retail store for years. Has had a bunch of different sort of lives, uses over the years. Was most recently used as a split of office, retail, and then some residential. We are going to do first floor retail here and then 4 units of apartments above. But I'm here to present to you the exterior renovations there. Now, could we go to the next page? The building is located 27 in Detroit on the north side. As you can see from the photos, the building has been has had sort of a little bit of neglect on some of the masonry work, which we're going to address now, and has a number of sort of existing signs, et cetera, on the building. Can you go to our next slide? I think there are more recent pictures. No, okay. The bulk of our work is actually a storefront renovation, as well as rebuilding the upper exterior parapet walls on the building. Actually, can you go back one slide? I'm sorry. I thought there were other photos in here between. So as you can see, there is a parapet wall that extends above the roof line on both the east and west sides of the building. That wall, because of probably a variety of things over the years, lack of maintenance, lack of adequate flashing, on the interior of that wall, probably the paint that's currently on that brick is experiencing some failures. And so we are proposing to remove that wall to about a foot below the roof line and replace it, rebuild it completely to the existing configuration with brick to match. We'll salvage as much of the historic brick as we can, and then new brick to match, CMU backup on the rear, and then a brick veneer over the top of that. Our existing plans actually that were just shown actually show a flat roof line, but we will be keeping the existing sort of step down, the sort of elegant step down with the stone appointments above. We will also be doing a new, a complete tear off of the roof because there are some minor leaks and water issues in the building right now. We're going to tear that off to mechanically fastened insulation over top of that roof, and then do a complete new EPDM roof that will be adhered mechanically to that new parapet wall, and we'll keep the building watertight. If you can go next slide, Dan, or whoever's controlling, sorry. The front of the building, we will be replacing the existing storefront that is extremely deteriorated with a brand new aluminum Conair storefront system. We were working with the storefront renovation program actually on all of these renovations, and also with the State Historic Preservation Office on the scope of work here. We unfortunately were not awarded our State Historic Preservation Office or State Historic tax credits, so we're moving forward without that. And we were also denied the storefront renovation program funds because of some interpretation of HUD's environmental review and noise for the location, but we are still adhering to that same scope of work that we had put out with the storefront renovation program and the same design intent. So on the front, we're doing a new aluminum storefront. We would be more than happy to field, suggestions on colors. We had thought to match, possibly match the upstairs windows, which we would not be replacing. They're an aluminum wrap wood that was more recent. They're in like a forest green color. Or we could do a different alternate color also. On the rear, we are infilling a missing wall that was taken down when a garage that used to be attached to this building. And we are filling in with masonry to match. I'm doing a stud wall with a brick veneer there, tying in that new brick to the existing walls that were kind of unceremoniously cut off here. We're doing a new exterior door under north elevation so that we can get egress from the upstairs floors from the apartments. And then we're going to infill windows in the opening shown. And then throughout the building, some of the most severely deteriorated masonry joints, we're going to route out to 3/4 of an inch and then repoint wherever we can. If you can go forward one slide, sorry. We are also adding 2 new egress windows for the 2 bedrooms on the second floor, as you can see called out. So we are actually converting the second floor from what was an office use to 2 residential units. And so those provide egress for the bedroom windows. Those will be cut through. We'll provide new steel lintels and then matching brick. And then we'll match the existing windows that are newer replacements. Just to go a little bit more into the detail of the storefront. So as I said, we were replacing the existing storefront, with a new aluminum extruded storefront system. We would hope to do the awning that is being shown in the drawings. However, because we don't have storefront funding anymore, we would look at that as a bid option. And so if we have funds or can get additional funds to the Department of Economic Development, we will try to proceed with that awning. We are also adding a new sign panel board that is actually a hardy board that will be backed along with steel lintel with studs, and then will just be faced and then trimmed out with 1x4 trim. Sorry, that's just showing the demolition of what's existing. So we are increasing that storefront. Actually, that original storefront elevation would have been a larger opening. So we were actually going up to the original storefront elevation height and then adding back a storefront signage band in keeping with the spirit of what we found in historic photos. It's just more detailing on the rear stud wall and the windows that we were talking about.
Does that conclude your presentation? Ben, that concludes your presentation?
Sorry, that concludes my presentation. Sorry, thank you. Sorry, I'm in Columbus for a meeting and housekeeping was, we're running a little longer than I expected. Housekeeping with this meeting complete.
I'm just, all right, Design Review Committee.
I think if it's okay, we're just going to jump right into the staff report because this project was reviewed and approved by the Ohio City Design Review Committee about 2 years ago. It didn't return. The applicant did not proceed to the Landmarks Commission. Time went through design review because they were working with the city storefront renovation program, and our policy is that if you're going through storefront, you go to local, and then you get an administrative approval unless there are major issues. Tim Barrett and I actually worked on this project in the storefront renovation program together and worked out the current design with the applicant. With input and feedback from the State Preservation Office, as Ben mentioned. At one point, they were attempting to get the state historic tax credits, but that didn't work out. They were only eligible for the state and not the federal because it's locally designated but not national register. So fast forward to today, OCI is ready to move forward with the rehabilitation, and for some, as Ben mentioned, HUD environmental review issues involving sound levels, shore waving right behind the building, and the proximity of some railroad tracks, they can't get CDBG funding.
So they can't use storefront anymore. Long story short, the project, it's been through design review, locally and by state experts. The work is primarily focused on the front elevation. They do need to do some masonry repair work like Mr. Trimble outlined, including the rebuilding of the parapet and the restoring of the rear elevation to its historic configuration. Staff recommends approval, but we would like a motion to add the condition that the parapet wall be rebuilt to match the existing configuration. While we understand this is the intention of the ownership, we want to make sure that the element is specified, since the drawings indicate flat parapet and sort of the lack of that detail. So our understanding and expectation is that it will mimic, recreate that system. Yeah. So we just would like that specified in motion.
Right. And Ben, you had confirmed that in your presentation, correct?
You muted them.
You're muted, Ben.
Sorry. We're very comfortable with that recommendation. Yeah.
All right, so I'll open it up for the commission for comments.
It's a very nicely done project, and happy to see this coming to fruition after many years. So, very supportive. Good work, Dan.
So,
Former Dan. CD Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have, I think, one question about the new windows on the east facade. It looks like in this photo, there's existing trim around the existing windows. And I didn't see that in the elevation drawing on those windows, or if the intent is to also replicate that around the new windows. So just to clarify, is that the intent?
So, and just to clarify, I think that's actually painted.
Oh, okay.
So the drawings are flattened, right? So they don't show the existing sort of arched windows. We'd not be adding arched window tops to these. We were going to go straight with a steel lintel. And we can paint that trim detail around. It was just like added later for detail. It was interesting. So they called out sort of the arch, the arched masonry tops, and then they kind of called out almost a trim feature on each side, but there actually isn't a trim piece.
Okay, gotcha. So all of that is just painted on the side of the building. So I guess my follow-up question would be, is the intent to repaint that facade, or what's the intent with that?
I think, unfortunately, without the storefront renovation funds, I don't have the money to repaint the entire building. I think we will, spot paint anything that's loose to match, and hope honestly that we can come. We're talking to economic development about some more funding. Either we can bring other funds to the project, or maybe repaint the entire building at a later date.
Yeah, I think my only response there is making sure that using the appropriate type of paint for this masonry application.
Yeah, we would use a breathable paint that's specific for masonry applications.
And I too am excited that this is finally coming to fruition too. So thank you.
Comments. We'll go back to the picture of the south elevation. Right there. And it looks like there's a window air conditioner sticking out of the
Yes, the third floor window.
Third floor window.
Yes.
Will that be eliminated?
We're actually going to be doing rooftop units for all the new units, so that shouldn't be an issue anymore.
Very good. That's what I assume. And as far as the sign band, in the existing condition, you said that the storefront will be raised, the head will be raised in height, and then a sign band projection constructed. And so I just so the masonry below the sill on the second floor windows will be covered.
So the masonry, that sign band will cover part of that masonry that's just below that stone sill. as well as like the exposed steel lintel that's being shown there. And we're going to restore the one stone appointment that's actually missing on the pier that is sort of in the middle next to the left-hand door, and then we'll extend the actual storefront opening up to like the base of that steel lintel.
And what are we looking for? What's that dark band above the Jamestown sign?
That's the lintel I'm talking about. I think that's actually the steel lintel exposed.
Exposed?
Yeah.
So all that will be covered.
That would be covered. Yeah, that's where the new sign panel, which is much more in keeping with the historic, if you look at the bottom right photo of the Howe Brothers furniture store signage, that's where like the signage for the building actually lived initially.
Good. All right. Thank you. That answers my question.
Absolutely.
Any further comments? Then I would entertain a motion.
I'll make I will make a motion to approve a certificate of appropriateness based on this presentation with the requirement that the shape of the existing parapet be rebuilt to match the existing and not painting the faux surrounds on the east side.
It's not part of the presentation. All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Any further discussion? Seeing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dulac? Yes. Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Director Wong?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Tressi?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all.
Seeing your project finally move forward.
Me too. Thank you.
Future funding. All right, we'll move to what's listed on the agenda. That completes our certificate of appropriateness. It's listed on the consideration of concept schematic plans for case number 24065 at 3508 Woodbine Avenue renovations. And, okay, so soon we're going to get a pretty comprehensive presentation, so we'll consider the action that we may take at the end of the presentation. So with the presenters, please introduce yourselves and tell us about your work.
Sure. Paul Vegan from Vegan Architectural Design. And I do believe we also have online, I don't know if Ben and Stacy or Sandy are both on still or not.
Yes, we're here.
Okay. Go ahead.
This is an odd house on this street for sure. It is set way back at on the lot at 3508 Woodbine. Previously, there was a house actually in front of this house. It is very adjacent to Fairview Park. On the north side, there is a tall building to the left. This building should have been just not into the back portion of this lot. The way it was constructed, actually, in 1900, my guess is actually the property lines were built to be around the house, so it's probably there before they established the property lines. So it's a really old house. It's set way back on the street, and I've been up and down here many times. I don't know if I ever saw it. So, and Sandy said, "Hey, can you come take a look at this house that we want to renovate?" That being said, we do have some historic photos go up and do that for you. There you go. The house in its current condition, you can see at the picture on the left there. It is in a significant state of disrepair. For sure, there is water coming through the roof. The interior has been gutted completely. It's just down to the studs, the framing. There is some significant damage at the front porch there, foundation, across the front of the house there, where there's been a lot of settling decay. Partially because of the age, partially because it has not been very well maintained. And looking at the picture, like, is that picture crooked or is that house actually slanting? It's actually slanting because of that. So there's a lot of work to do just to stabilize this house where it needs to be for sure. At the right hand there, there's sure, I don't remember what years that. But when the house was in better shape, for sure. So you can kind of see what it had looked like previously. Obviously, all of that front entry and porch that had taken out, and whatever they did there, plywood. Got some pictures here too from the street. And actually get a picture looking back from the street to see the house. You have to actually walk down into the parcel. That being said, it is a fairly large house. It is next to a park, and can be renovated and move in with their son. So here's what we have proposed for the renovation of this project. Due to the construction of the roof, we're actually going to be reconstructing the roof completely. So the old roof, the structure is going to be coming off and roofs to be put on. We are increasing the slope of the gable a little bit to help with some headroom inside of the house. We are maintaining the location of where, go back to that. Maintaining the location of where that centerpiece front facing gable was at. I also wanted to see on the far right, there's a single story addition to this house. Part of that single story addition, we're be adding a second story to it, and adding a front facing gable to encapsulate what that second story addition is going to be. Across the front, extending actually some front porches. Do this on the rear side of the house, facing toward the park. You see that addition on the two-story, we're adding a small kind of widow's walk balcony out facing the park there. In the front, we are putting in an outdoor patio, as there is no backyard. There really is no side yard. It's really the only space for snow or space for the family. We'll go over some materials later, but just to outline what we're planning to do here on the front of the house. We are planning to do fiber cement siding, or something similar with a fiber cement trim. We are planning right now for doing vinyl windows up in the gable ends. We'll do a sharp shake style or fiber cement siding. The sides and the rear, at this point, we are looking at doing a complementary color vinyl siding for this particular house. Our porches are going to have wood. they're gonna be, wood, and stained wood, with, black, painted, balusters. Here's, some of those materials, a depiction of what the style of the portico mounted colors is going to be, so you can see, and you can see the windows. Comment from local design review was to go to a smooth fiber cement trim, which you're going to do. So this is the presentation I was presented with, just so that you're aware, even though we're showing the total wood grain, it's going to be a smooth siding panel. And as you can see from our vinyl siding there, we found a very good color, so that it's going to be kind of neat. Just for reference, so you kind of understand how this is going to work. On the front, we have, again, the whole center gable piece, we have to kind of remove and redo the foundation for that piece, as well as the left side of it. Living floor will be on the first floor with bedroom floor, 4 bedrooms on the second floor. Elevation is probably not as descriptive as we do with the renderings, but just so you kind of see proportionally how the side. Also wanted to note too, which you'll notice, right? The switch from the door from one side of that center gable section to the other side. And like, I had probably to this one. That's better to understand why. So coming from the street, there's going to need to be a driveway to kind of get back to this house back here. Historically, the house that was built in the front was on the left west side portion of the house. So remnants of the driveway are there. So we maintain where the driveway location was. And that takes us to the front door. So come back quick. So the front doors and the other side would actually be outside of the view from the street. So purposefully switch that location of that front door to the right side so that actually when you look down the street, there's a view to the front door of the house, which I think is important. And again, we added this site plan mostly for reference, because we don't have any designs for it, but just so you know what the future intentions for this property are going to be is to build a garage. And because the site is backwards, right, there's only one location for it, and that's going to be in the front, which would not be something that we would normally want to look at. However, the intent, when we get into the design of that piece, is to make it more look like a carriage house. So it's actually backwards. So we'll drive in past the garage doors will be on the back side. On the front, we'll put a porch or stoop with some type of front door and some windows there to make it more in appearance with the other houses. Kind of fill that missing piece that way. So I think that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. Did this go to design?
It did. This went before the Historic Ohio City Design Review Advisory Committee on August 15th. It's a schematic review, so no action was taken, but the comments from the committee were generally that it looked good. They felt that it was an interesting adaptation and respectful to the historic character of the house. They liked there using fiber cement trim, recommended that for the white trim, they go with an off-white instead of bright white, as Mr. Began noted, for the smooth face trim as opposed to the wood graining. They were curious to see some additional photos of the rear house just to kind of see what that looked like since it's so visible to the park. And one of the committee members felt that the rear should be essentially treated like another front and kind of party plane siding, just because it's visible in the park. But in general, they were all very supportive of it and it was a very sensitive rehabilitation.
Staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to see another renovation. This one's been a little bit threatened recently as well, so the fact that it's going through this is great. This appears to be sensitive to the existing conditions and nice additions and pulling it out. We disagree with the assessment that there should be party board on the rear of the building, faces a park, and it's actually fairly covered in that area as well. So since the house sits so far back on the property, we would highly recommend a color palette that increases the visibility from the sidewalk. You noted he walked past us a lot of times and didn't even know it was there, so I think it should probably have less gray. The street presence there. Staff, in looking at this, except for some final details, we feel that there's enough information in this presentation to approve the issuance of the appropriate now. The final details being sent to staff. And we would recommend that.
Okay. So this is being presented as a concept and schematic plan, but it's the recommendation of pretty much staff that we are review and potentially consideration for approval of certificate of approval. Okay, with that, I will open it up for any questions or comments from the commission. Mr. Sandberg.
Is there a precedent for the shake shingle?
Not necessarily. I'm sure if you walk around, you could probably find some, somewhere really, it's really to give, other depth of materiality to it, more than that. Again, we can take any, context pictures to show, but.
It does.
I'm sure some.
It definitely exists in other parts of the neighborhood.
I know that the neighborhood, I'm not saying it's not
Yeah.
inappropriate, but was there any precedent on this building?
Not on this building, no. The only historic photo that we have is the one that we showed you that black and white one, and it was, siding all the way up. Actually, we added a trim detail at the top as well too, to separate from where the gable was, the siding actually was, which is obviously built at the back of the lot. This was probably was meant to be more of a back, probably elevating the level of design a little bit. Some of that.
Mr. Chair, I certainly excited that this I've lived in 2.5 for a while, and it's nice to see that this house is being there's attention being brought to this house that is clearly past due. So I think it's extremely commendable, just the investment that's happening with this particular property. I do have some hesitation though relative to the overall design. I think it is pretty substantial departure from its current condition, primarily in sort of the central bay, where you have the night where in the original, especially when you look at the historic photo, a nice balance of sort of solid and window, and then balanced by the open sort of porches. That is no longer present in this particular configuration. I think there's something kind of charming about that, the sort of original or historical look of this particular property. Plus the proportionality of the windows, especially on the first floor, where you have gangs of windows versus single windows with sort of simple 2/2 look. So I think my hesitation in that is it seems like it's a pretty stark departure from existing, and I think it lost some of the charm of the original building. So, I don't know that I necessarily would be comfortable, approving, giving final approval at this stage. But again, I'm interested to hear what my other colleagues have to say as well. I also would question, again, the shape look, because it wasn't present, doesn't appear to have been present in the original building. So I guess it's how do we balance keeping the integrity of the original structure with the investment and update to what we're hoping to achieve here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have any concerns with Mr. Booker's comments about the integrity. Other than obviously really thrilled about this house being not only paid attention to, but tangible investment and really make it wonderful. Always support that. Stay with our end. But I agree, there is something charming. We can look at both these different photos of our photos again. And it'd be great. I thought that elaborate a little bit. There is something kind of visually compelling about this composition where it's literally face shifting verticality. That was one question I had out of it. Well, I appreciate it. Really bringing it up. That maybe this was that farmhouse. I don't know. And maybe the porch weren't carved out. I don't know. But there's a story here. I feel that whether it's the literal story or kind of the poetic story of what this house was like, that, the lot was made around the house. I love that what came in from this. The lot made around the house versus the house being put on the lot. It's as a notion, a poetic notion, if you will, it's a very compelling thing. And I feel like I would strongly recommend studying how you kind of keep that story alive through what I think the architect does those for that verticality. I also think that the strong white line all the way across really slices it horizontally and you lose that proportion. I don't mind the little coda of the additional roof on the side. And I would say if it makes usable space up there, and if it needs to be rebuilt, I guess, is there usable space in that attic above there in the rebuilt version with the shaped shingles?
There will be storage up there, but we're not building any habitable space.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That's my question. So I guess I feel like the proportions, the scale, how the house presents itself at the end of this yard. I understand the desire to have that visible presence. I feel like this has more visible presence to me than moving the entrance to that functionality side. This really has a strong presence. I even think the shallower gable, usually encourage. I think there's a lot of history here, and there's something that I've always found. I guess I've been aware of this house a little bit, anyways. Even from the other side, like, what is that? So I would also feel less comfortable with doing the appropriateness at this time, because I feel like that historic integrity and some of the questions I have, I feel I would strongly recommend further studying how to not only maintain more of the historical integrity of the house as a positive, but also look at how the visual proportions of how you're kind of blocking that facade visible at a distance, kind of unusual and kind of wonderful. So I would definitely support the project and feel commend all involved for doing that. But I feel like I would strongly suggest going back a little bit and really looking at the value of what you have from both the historic perspective and a visual aesthetic and architecture.
You're also proposing adding French door to the double doors, aren't you?
Yes.
And that's to access the patio?
Correct.
Is there changes that will into the house?
It, and if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, that we address some of those parts, right? So part of this is there is functionality that make sure that the board is aware of. First, the center gable portion is going to be completely reconstructed. There's no way to say, okay, we can save it, right? It's falling down, so we're taking it down and reconstructing, right? So part of that reconstruction, again, formally, at least for me, right, getting the doorway to the other side, I think is very important as far as visibility on the street and that wilderness piece. There's also a separate, so part of the kitchen will be on the left-hand side of the house. So being able to access that outside space, you know, through the kitchen and dining room, had us looking at putting that porch on the front of the thing and then steps down to that patio. So functionally, that's the way that it would didn't work then saying, okay, well, the families from the kitchen out to their yard, right, should not be the same as the front door, right? Again, if there was a backyard, we would not be having this discussion, right? Because it's, you know, literally feet away from the property line on 3.5 sides. So we're looking at a way to formally recognize it in more of a public entrance to the house, and more private. So formally, just so I just want to make sure they understand where we're coming when we're looking at using that centerpiece to do the necessary division when we talk about those so many public spaces, really, the stoop and the front door and that approach from the street. We're mixing all of that into a very small space. So this formally, just to kind of respond to some of the comments, why we ended up doing those pieces parts that we did. So that there is a more public front door and front street and a more private space for the family to access their yard. That's what helped generate the changes in the form. Again, we're trying to respect. We have a fairly strong centerpiece here. We did want to make sure that we maintain that and represented that historical memory of that on the revised facade. So just wanted to understand where we were coming from when we made those things.
Is there room on the side yard to exit
There's
to the side of the house?
especially the both side yards on the left side there, it's like about this far away from that building. It's going to be difficult for the contractor to actually figure out how to get inside that. Unless they have some really escape. So, the back is, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 feet.
The branches.
I just went back on some of the historic maps just to get an idea of the age of the building. And this possibly dates back to at least 1881 and was originally constructed as a barn.
It was surprising the way the roof is made.
So in 1898, there were 3 buildings on this lot, 2 houses in the front, 2 separate houses, the larger one. And then this building was now converted up to a 2-story building at that point. So these changes, it's interesting to see that progression, and it's up to the property lines, according to the map, which are not always accurate, but at least it fills mostly everything. So, and we've seen this before, conversion of a barn into a house. So it's just probably causing some of the issues that they're having now. So,
But even this configuration dates back to the late 1800s.
Probably 1898.
at least 1898.
The sense that I get given this discussion is that perhaps it's premature to consider approval of this. And we want to make sure that we get our input. It's obviously very helpful in the process to guide you in coming forward with a solution that solves the program requirements of the owner and maintains as much as possible the historic, presence that exists today. So I think it's a little more to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I fully empathize with the idea of having that entrance. I mean, is there a way where you can create that entrance there, create that sense of separation from the kitchen door, from the front door, and still maintain it as an adaptation or a transformation of this work to be built around that, as you often see on these sort of barn farmhouse kinds of things. When the story just gets better, I guess, the fact that it was a barn. And I think there's just a richness here that I do believe my recommended explorations of maintaining some of that integrity and use them as a means to further build on the historic integrity while still achieving your functional goals. I think there's a solution there, and that's what I would recommend. That's what I recommend. Our support for the project, but would love to have you come back after another round of exploration.
Mr. Burgess, if you wouldn't mind going to our elevations, so we understand. Does that mean no front porches?
No, not quite the opposite.
Okay.
It's this sort of phase shift. Feel very modern, I guess. It's not necessarily negative, but it just feels like a pretty substantial change from what the historic character and integrity of the home. I think porches are fine. In fact, I think porches in general are things that, especially in this neighborhood, come and go and change and get rebuilt and all those things. So the fact of needing to rebuild it doesn't necessarily mean you don't need integrity. I think that there are ways to achieve this that are more in keeping with what's there and what has been there for.
Can you maintain the existing window layout, still achieve the repurposed interior that's planned?
We'll have to look at, so, and I'm asking some leading questions just so I can get some more finite directions, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I appreciate it. So let me just ask if the second floor shifted over to the left there, right? So we're not doing the block change. Is that satisfactory? Or does it need to be back in the same orientation, right, as it was before? Again, we're reconstructing this whole piece, right? So is just that shift from the second floor that projects out over the front door to the left, is that adequate? Does that satisfy the concerns of the commission? Or is there other pieces, parts that I guess someone understand we should look at like this vertical and we want to see that. I'm trying to find where we have room to play with that to satisfy them.
But maybe add a little bit. So I think this is an existing historic structure. As much of the existing historic integrity that we maintained throughout this process would be, I think, ideal. One observation, thinking about a way to maybe maintain kind of what's there today or the layout that's there today is there an opportunity to flip the kitchen and the living room? It seems like they're both in the same size. I know it reconfigures things internally. Maybe that's an opportunity. I understand that there's the alignment of aligning the front door, with that sort of shed. but you also have an entire site to look at as well. With that, you know, if the main entrance was shifted to the other side, the other side of that bay, granted, you wouldn't have line of sight, but if the approach to this building was from the west side of the property versus the east side of the property, does that allow for any site circulation, to maybe work with that as a concept? I think for me, it's there's existing fabric there, and how do we maintain that to the greatest extent possible, while updating, creating a space that's usable, and appropriate for how we live today, how this owner is going to live in this property.
Not sure what to pull out of that, so we want to keep I think we're mostly talking about the center gable. Is that what we're talking about here?
I'd rather see the single windows on the first floor.
Go to the historic photo.
And keep that vertical alignment rather than the double.
Zoom in to the historic. Oh, you can't. I mean, so I think it's really this balance here, and then as you look to the left and to the right of the central gable, you have, you have single windows and not gained. Separation of those are, 2/2, right? So there's, so I guess if you look through here, I mean, you see sort of the alliteration of the windows on both sides of this. How much, and the central sort of, how much of that form can be retained and augmented, versus, reconfigured, substitute, to the extent that it's sort of being presented today.
Well, again, let me ask, if that's flipped, does that cause heartburn? Or maybe it's historic, it looks like this, we want it to look like this. That's what
We need the door.
Physically, the
Yeah,
door.
we're trying everything. I think what he's meaning is if you take this whole gable, flip it, and this is solid, and this is.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue.
I don't.
Okay.
I may, but again, I'm one perspective of it, so, and I appreciate my other,
Thank you for.
Yes.
Through the chair to the end. So thank you for working with us. We see a lot and do a lot
Yes.
of the neighborhood, and it's great. It's always a pleasure to have you and your team here. To have conversations like this, especially at a conceptual level. It's always really appreciate being able to do with any applicant, particularly when there's something that has such a good story and is such a threatened resource that is being loved. So I'd be open to it, but I would have to see it. So I think I would suggest, obviously, if other folks have other comments, I can just say personally, I'm excited and I'm really looking forward to the next round and your response to these. What I hope you feel are very constructive comments, because I can only say, and I believe Mr. Lozier, in the same spirit that we offer these in the spirit of really finding the balance. We always seek of preserving historic integrity, but making it a modern, livable home for the next 100 years. Hey, it started as a barn, man.
Except for every time I come here, see, it's messing with this, no one dad, and you wonder if my children are lying to you.
Question. This is a real American hero. It's not number one.
Okay, I still be the number one dad.
Okay.
Case by case basis.
Differences of
opinions. I got the same mug, so.
Okay.
It's a secret shop.
So in terms of process, I want to make sure that you
Yeah.
get
No, I think
the best direction possible. So do they meet with staff and
Yeah.
test different
Solutions,
solutions?
ideas office, of course. You feel like you're ready to return to local, come back through here.
Okay, any comments on the materials or anything like that? I mean, I'm just got some staff comments on that.
Did you say vinyl windows?
Yes.
especially black vinyl windows. What the material?
They're bronze.
I can't support vinyl windows. Sanders.
I'm with you on the windows. I'm okay with the vinyl siding on the back of the house. When I drove by, my first thought is to have a brighter shade of green. Something, that historic color palette, just because that house does setbacks.
I think knowing that this was a barn, barn features, I think it looks more like a modern day house, the way it's trimmed out and everything looks. Primary building, so you would think it could be really interesting to put it up as a barn or as like a secondary building to the site. Make it unique and interesting characteristic.
We'll have two male pouch right on the side.
As long as it's overlooking the park.
I think the big Ohio Centennial.
Okay, well, thank you, I appreciate your comments, and love this to work with us on this one. So, we're good with the solar panels on the whole farm.
You're so far back.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You guys need to like motion to table or anything, or?
No, because concept.
Okay, thank you.
No action taken. All right, do we have any administrative reports?
No real administrative reports, just that, as you guys saw, we received a lot of public comment about solar panels, and there's a lot of questions about the policy, which seemed to be misinterpreted, so that has its, I guess, homework to do with public outreach, so one of the big ones, clubs. Responding to emails, CDCs, we're still trying to meet with all the council members to explain the policies, but it seems that there's, either, I don't know if it's willful or accidental, but misinterpretation of our policy, so we're working on that.
Yeah, I think one thing that came up, I had a quick sidebar, I think part of the confusion is the 25%. 25% of what? 25% of the whole route, 25% of the route to the first lane transit.
Distance from the front of the house to the first, 25%.
Like 25%.
Yeah.
The total route.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we did, so, 100 foot.
Yeah, 25.
25 feet, okay.
Right.
And that's the base. It might shift based on a case by case basis.
Case by case basis, this was the process really playing out. We didn't beat the policy, so it went through the design review process.
And that's what we did, I think that's great. I think it was fruitful and necessary discussion. I know half the people that wrote those letters, and I just, to not have an article in Cleveland.com that the Landmark Commission hates solar, it's not a bad thing. Avoid that.
I think it was very positive discussion, it's gonna help guide us to the future. As you know, this.
Yeah. Is there, I mean, just to help clarify the 25%, is there a diagram that is included in the language that can this visually kind of show, hey, if you're within this zone, it can be administratively approved, if you wanna approach on that, that's what you go through.
All the different roof sizes.
Yes, so many different types.
I understand.
25% isn't like, don't get out of that. Does it look like it's roughly a quarterback from the front door, then you're good. And that's based on a lot of. They have very strict thoughts.
Oh, I know.
So we monitor.
Okay, the motion, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I don't think you need to.
I want to stop recording.
The diagram is a really good one, simply because